Well, with nothing resting on this, Peter, I'm hoping that there'll be more impetus for the players to just enjoy the game with the pressure off, try out a few different things, and we get something open and free-flowing.
The action has already started. Jim, who do you reckon is pivotal? Oh, shooting chance! That's a half-decent try.
Well, that's confidence for you. Distance doesn't even bother him.
Chouameni, Rudiger, Vinicius Junior, and here's Haaland, Chouameni, Brahim Diaz, Bellingham, Vinicius Junior. And he's heaved it away. Vinicius Junior, played out wide. And here's Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Real chance! And again! Guardiola trying to keep this in. Defending of the desperate variety. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Showing good feet. Doku gets a foot in here.
It's been pretty high-tempo stuff from the off here, Peter. A good show of intent, I would say.
Ake shifted upfield. And it's Bernardo Silva. Nice interception. His positioning was spot on. With Rudiger. Valverde, Chouameni, Brahim Diaz, Doku. Now it's Haaland, Valverde, Brahim Diaz, and here's Mbappe, Bellingham, chance! It's in!
Well, they would have been looking at him to produce the goods, and that was very kind of him to oblige so early. It's just sloppy to lose the ball like that, Peter. The ease which they were able to cut through them from there, that definitely doesn't have a good look about it.
So, a breakthrough already. Kovacic puts his foot on the gas. Oh, red, nice interception. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Rudiger. Aim forwards. Yehi, Ruben Diaz, Kovacic spread out to the left. Now it's Doku, Guardiola. He's in plenty of space here. Climbs up big!
Look, we've all been there. Not that it'll make him feel much better at the moment.
Chouameni, Alexander-Arnold, Bellingham, and it's Diaz, Alexander-Arnold, and here's Brahim Diaz. Now then, the ball's come loose, and here's Vinicius Junior. Oh, great defending, that needed doing. Ake gets rid without sophistication. Rodri, Gehi, Kovacic, Ruben Dias, Gehi, Ake, Gehi, Ake, that's a look and plays it forward. Eder Militao gets across to intercept that. Rudiger, gently done. Valverde.
Mbappe really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Ruben Dias. Moved on forwards. Haaland is onto it in a flash. Bellingham. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Bernardo Silva. Ruben Dias, and it's played forward. Now it's Doku, and here's Haaland, out towards the flank. Doku. The defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Valverde, forwards and with intent. Doku. Vardiol. Ruben Dias. That's really well manoeuvred. That has been cut short. Rudiger, forwards and with intent. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Now here's the delivery. Foden. Ake. Gehi, nicely aimed pass. Chouameni. Alexander-Arnold. Bellingham. Alexander-Arnold tries to dink it through, and that pass just didn't quite work. Kovacic. Vardiol. Moved on forwards. Doku. He's found the way through. Rudiger can get it clear. And the finish! And it's played forward. Oh, they could break here. Valverde, done delicately. And we're not going to make any further progress now. Ake. Rodri, gently done. Kovacic. And here's Doku. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger shifted upfield. Vinicius Junior. That's good play. Valverde. Now it's Bellingham. Bellingham! It's anyone's ball now. Tchouaméni plays it short. Cross in, looks like a good one. And he's there to clear it. Well, now here's a good battle, bicep to bicep. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. It's Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. Now it's Brahim Diaz. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Bernardo Silva. Aim forwards. Now, what about a counter-attack? Over to the left. Haaland. Doku. Guardiol. That's tidy. And here's Bernardo Silva. And that was very necessary. And it's Rodri. Out to the right. Ake. Plenty waiting in the middle. Clipped into space. Doku. Rodri. And here's Haaland. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. And that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined.
Really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
Oh, that is asking for trouble. Back in once more. Donnarumma claims it, and the danger passes. That's been won straight back. Foden. Bernardo Silva, played with finesse. And that has been cleared. Doku going full tilt down the left. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Foden with the short one. Aimed in towards the centre. That has been knocked clear. Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold, good-looking ball. And we'll start all over again with the goalkeeper. Rodri. Ake. Foden. And it's played forward. That's gone all the way through to the keeper. Rudiger. Valverde. Rudiger, gently done. Valverde. That's really well manoeuvred. Ruben Dias attempts a clearance. Bellingham. Rodri wins the duel this time. Chance here to counter. Doku shifted upfield. He's shifting through the gears here. The cross comes in. Oh, clearance is short.
They've certainly set out to cause a problem or two down that left flank. Look, it's the width that's providing this momentum, and they look set to further exploit. Gives the defence a decision to make, whether to go zonal or man-to-man now.
Oh, he's caught him there, it's a free kick. Foden is being told in no uncertain terms that this will be his final warning.
He just needs to find the control button on his aggression before the ref does it for him, Peter.
Ake. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. Haaland, now he's off and running. Can he spark a counter here? Foden laid out to the left flank. Doku.
Brahim Diaz, well, that tackle was immense, and so was the relief. The great escape.
Bellingham. Out to the left it goes. Lovely feet. And here's Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Eder Militao have it back and can go again. That's a clever-looking ball. Brahim Diaz looking to run onto it. Ruben Dias, quarter of an hour played. Kovacic, and it's played forward. Oh, can he get onto this? Doku. Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Applies the finish! It's Bellingham. Valverde. Rudiger, gently done. Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Ake. Foden. Some good work on the right flank here. Bernardo Silva. Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. And claimed it back swiftly. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Valverde. Aim forwards. Doku. And here's Haaland. He's got away. Gets his head on it! Couldn't quite control it.
You really could have done with engaging those crosses much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending.
Valverde. Eder Militao. Forwards and with intent. Valverde. Moved on forwards. Guardiola. Kovacic. And here's Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. In with the challenge. Bellingham producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Alexander-Arnold, and it's played forward. Mbappe chasing after it. Yehi. Ruben Diaz. Ake. Yehi. Kovacic. Alexander-Arnold. And it's Diaz. Now who's going to be first to this? And here's Vinicius Junior. Foden with a fine tackle. Rodri forwards and with intent. Could move up a gear here.
Are certainly playing with an intense focus in executing their plan here.
Foden. And here's Haaland. Oh, what a pass!
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
Alexander-Arnold. It's a lovely, neat pass. And that's well seen too. Doku. Guardiola gently down. That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. And here's Mbappe. Great defending, strong and determined.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Oh, such a clever touch. Vinicius Junior. And here's Brahim Diaz. The pass is intercepted. Alexander-Arnold, and that's aimed into the middle. Doku. Kovacic. proves too strong. Now it's Mbappe. Now looking to orchestrate a counter. Searching passes played there. Defending of the desperate variety. It's a mighty effort! Goal! A two-goal lead and they're firmly in control. It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Well, he had to deal with an awful lot of unwanted attention, but his tenacity won the day.
Things starting to look very comfortable.
The turning of the screw comes to mind, Peter. They've got them where they want them.
Ruben Dias. Kovacic. And it's Bernardo Silva. Valverde. Rudiger, aim forwards. Valverde. Now it's Brahim Diaz. Mbappe, chance for a shot! Relentless, just relentless. Again, in a trice, and they are soaring.
Peter, they should just never have lost the ball from there, but you have to give credit and fairness to the front-footed pressing too. Made things quite uncomfortable for them.
3-0 and things are starting to look awfully cosy.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down, but they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
It's run loose here. That's a throw. And here's Doku. Oh, sweet feet. Kovacic. Rodri. Bellingham does really well to win the ball there. And the counter is on. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. And it's Bellingham. Bellingham! What a hit, the save was firm.
Well, I suppose he was being urged to shoot. Maybe the crowd will stay a little quieter next time.
They've played it short. Looking for a decent ball in. And here's Mbappe. Great chance!
Mbappe really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
And he's there to clear it. Out for a throw. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. And now the breakaway. Can he latch on to this? Brahim Diaz is offering some sort of an apology there.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
Kovacic. That's really well manoeuvred.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Dinks one through. And that has been cleared. Valverde. Now it's Mbappe. Now it's Bellingham. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Over to the left. Hit into the middle. And the goalkeeper's got a good palm to that. And can he finish it? And he should have made it 4.
Well, I think the defence deserves credit for the way they were quick to close him down.
Ruben Diaz. Ruben Diaz shifted upfield. Tchouaméni. Vinicius Junior. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. And here's Brahim Diaz. Referee's given a throw. And it's Tchouaméni. Alexander-Arnold plays it in. And that's been repelled. Lovely bit of skill. Valverde. Tchouaméni. Haaland. Ake. Gehi. Rodri. Forward it goes. And again they run up against stubborn defending. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Now it's Haaland. Haaland laid out to the left flank. Kovacic, probing pass. No, he's just misjudged that one. Eder Militao, Tchouaméni, Vinicius Junior, and it's played forward. Defending of the desperate variety. That's really well manoeuvred. Haaland! He's kept it out just.
Well, there's always that risk, Peter, when a team commits too many numbers forward. You can't help but leave some gaps at the back.
Alexander-Arnold has played it long. Brahim Diaz carries the ball down the right. Guardiola did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. And it's Kovacic. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Rodri gets it clear. And a chance! Oh, taken with style. Yet another goal in an awesome performance. They are in complete charge.
Well, I'm sat here, Peter, thinking that the keeper might have done a little better then. Maybe his positioning wasn't great, but then again, I don't think he had a wonderful view of it.
It's become a case of men against boys.
Well, they're very much the better team at the moment, Peter, and no doubt will be looking to cause even more damage here.
Yehi. Ake forwards and with intent. Chouameni. Alexander-Arnold. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Oh, there's a probing ball. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Donnarumma. Long ball by the goalkeeper. And it's Ake. Oh, it's come loose. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Well, played right into his path. Mbappe! And he steered it beyond the post.
I think that's just more proof that this team is very comfortable playing on the break. They're really swift.
Ake. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. Moved on forwards. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. That's been drilled forward. Oh, can he get onto this? Vinicius Junior. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. Cross goes in there. And that has been cleared. Doku, aim forwards. Rudiger. Chouameni. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Valverde. And it's Diaz. That's a good ball. And the shot! He's kept it out. That's a great save.
And that was really good pressure. They did enough to put him off in the end.
Guardiola gets it away. Foden. Bernardo Silva. And here's Doku. Bernardo Silva has a goal! Vinicius Junior. Rudiger gently done. Valverde. Brahim Diaz. Valverde. And here's Vinicius Junior. Yehi. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. And it's played forward. Haaland unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. He's going to be disappointed with that. Foden. Ake. Brahim Diaz. Eder Militao. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Now he's off and running. Great defending, strong and determined. Ake. Now it's Haaland. Foden. And it's lofted through here. Can he get onto this? That's really well cleared. Only partially clear. Across it goes. Doku shifted upfield. Valverde with the clearance. And they can counter here. He's pulled him up for that challenge. The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture. There will be a throw-in. So who's he picking out? Oh, that's nice. Brahim Diaz delivers. Ake. Kovacic. Doku. Rudiger producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Chouameni. Alexander-Arnold. Guardiola. Nice control. And it's Kovacic. Muscular approach does pay off here. Gehi cuts out the pass. Rodri. Approaching half-time and still behind. Can they make something happen now? Oh, what a climb! Keeper always had the measure of that. Incredible. He had all the time in the world to take his squad as well. Now it's Mbappe. Mbappe! And reclaimed it in a trice. Haaland spread out to the left. Kovacic. He can run onto that. Now it's Doku. Brahim Diaz. Moved on forwards. Really well manoeuvred, and he cuts out the supply, and that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Rodri. Gehi aimed forwards. Haaland played out towards the right wing. Ake. And here's Foden. Oh, that's neat. Tries to cut back. Vinicius Junior. Tchouaméni shifted upfield. Alexander-Arnold. Can he finish? No, it's wide. Ruben Dias. Vardio. Kovacic, long ball upfield. Brahim Diaz. And it's played forward. Defending of the desperate variety. Vinicius Junior. Now this could be a chance. Mbappe! Oh, terrific save. Foden. Vinicius Junior gets in to thwart him. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through.
Well, welcome to the modern game. You get hounded as soon as you get the ball. You can't take time like that.
Mbappe. That's very neat. It's run loose here. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Foden. Foden forwards and with intent. And here's Haaland. And it's Bernardo Silva. Well-timed, excellent interception. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Bellingham. Bellingham! Oh, there was plenty on that.
Well, there's always that risk, Peter, when a team commits too many numbers forward. You can't help but leave some gaps at the back.
Vardio. Ruben Dias. Moved on forwards. And it's Diaz. Bellingham given the lift of his goal. That's going to go a long way. That'll be a throw. Valverde. Doku. Vardio. Ruben Dias. Yehi. Bernardo Silva. And that is a little undercooked. What a throw in. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! Ruben Dias did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. That's a nicely weighted pass. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Brahim Diaz, gently done. He can get that clear. Valverde. Ruben Dias gets good distance on it. And that's a throw. That is lovely. Vinicius Junior's cross. Tries to get it clear. Tchouaméni, who does have an assist to his name. And it's Diaz. Goes for the shot! Oh, denied at the last.
Valverde probably should have taken a breath and looked for runners. It helps to put your head up from time to time, Peter.
Gets it away. Kovacic played out to the left flank. Bernardo Silva. Ake. Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Foden. Bernardo takes the shot! Up towards the front line. Ake. Foden. That's really well manoeuvred. Calmly anticipates. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! That has faded wide.
Fadio.
Ake. Rodri, gently done. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Vinicius Junior! Been one straight back. Alexander-Arnold. Played towards the other side. Oh, it's played into the area. Ruben Dias is there, and he can get that clear. Tchouaméni. Bellingham! keeps it clear. Tchouaméni ran himself into trouble there, free kick given away. He gets the ticking off and needs to be very careful now.
Well, he knew what he was taking on there, Peter, and special delivery from the ref.
Oh, that's a nice ball. Ruben Dias, forwards and with intent. Out to the left it goes. Guardiol. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Oh, he's found support out wide. It's out for a goal kick. Moved on forwards. Vinicius Junior. Guardiol makes the interception. Foden. Ake. Rodri shifted upfield. We expected better, and so did he. Eder Militao. That's really well manoeuvred. Mbappe providing an outlet on that flank. Guardiol. And it's played forward. Foden. And here's Bernardo Silva. Foden. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. And we hit half-time. Have had it all their own way so far then, and they go in at the break in an utterly dominant position. Here we go again then.
Well, things just haven't quite clicked, Peter, have they? They're behind and they deserve to be. But they've had a chance to regroup now, so we'll see how they come out at the start of the second half.
Alexander-Arnold. Vinicius Junior.
How many interceptions have we seen now? Someone's got to up the quality and set an example.
Vinicius Junior. And it's Diaz. And here's Mbappe! Keeper's dealt with that. And here's Brahim Diaz. Kovacic aim forwards. And here's the chance to counter. And he's managed to get free. Guardiol. That's a cute ball. Other side that time. Keeper's got good distance on that. And it's Diaz. And here's Mbappe. Brahim Diaz. And here's Mbappe. Foden. Looking to break at pace. Oh, perfectly measured that. And Bernardo Silva! Well, it was a chance, but neat and quick for the keeper.
I think that's just more proof that this team is very comfortable playing on the break. They're really swift.
Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Foden. He is just caressing the ball. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. He has found the way through. Referee has just said play on. Gehi, it's a sharp pass. And it's Kovacic. And here's Doku. Over to the left. Oh, great chance! Deflected behind for a corner kick. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Ake. Kovacic. Now it's Haaland. Haaland made out to the left flank.
I think that's great defending. He just made sure he was in the right place to block it. I bet you the keeper's very relieved.
Rudiger forwards and with intent. Ake. Foden. And that has put paid to that. Played out to the right. Foden. Ake. Oh, played through for the wide man. Cleared away. Chance to play it in. Ake, there's the delivery. He's there to get rid. Guardiola crossed in once more. Out of play for a goal kick. Nicely intercepted. Ake. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Vinicius Junior, and he's onside. Here comes the cross. Oh, smashing header! Kovacic. Doku powering forward here. He's in, and he shoots! Alexander-Arnold getting this one clear. Guardiola. Doku. Oh, nice touch. And here's Haaland.
Haaland really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Guardiola. Doku. Guardiola. Doku. Kovacic. Kovacic, now he's got space here. Not quite on the same wavelength. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic gently down. And it's Bernardo Silva, and it's played forward. Fired deep towards the back post. Foden, time to deliver. That's a corner kick. Foden moves short. Ball driven towards the far post. It's a clearance, but not much of one. Ake. Moved on forwards. So what can they make of this? Guardiola cuts it out. That's really well manoeuvred. Kovacic. Guardiola. Doku. Kovacic. Rodri. And that has been cleared. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva. And here's Doku. There are a few waiting for it. Tchouaméni with the clearance. Doku. Here comes another cross. Cleared away. That's a throw. It's gone for a throw-in. Tchouaméni. Rudiger shifted upfield. Valverde gently done. Moved on forwards. Bellingham. Oh, it's a searing run. He is a man on a mission. And that is out of play. And it's Bellingham. Bellingham, can he finish? Cleared without complication. Brahim Diaz. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Guardiola, aim forwards. And here's Mbappe. He's having a shot! Pulled out the best in the keeper. And it's been taken short. Alexander-Arnold with the delivery. Foden, and it's played forward. Bernardo Silva. And here's Doku. Nice physical challenge. Eder Militao.
There's no doubt it's a long way back, but they can at least give us something to believe the gap might be closed.
Kovacic succumbs to the pressure. Now it's Mbappe. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham knocks it out wide. Played into the middle. Rodri is there, and he can get that clear. And claimed it back swiftly. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Valverde. Can he deliver? And here's Valverde. Valverde, back when it goes. Alexander-Arnold. Do have a chance to counter here. Haaland. Now it's Doku. Doku. Gehi gets over and intercepts. He's coming under serious pressure here.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Guardiola. Bernardo Silva spread out to the left. Valverde forwards and with intent. Here's a shot! Oh, denied at the last.
Well, there's always that risk, Peter, when a team commits too many numbers forward. You can't help but leave some gaps at the back.
Ake. Quality ball. Haaland is onto it in a flash. Brahim Diaz. Oh, easy pickings there. Guardiola. That's really well manoeuvred. Kovacic. And it's Bernardo Silva. Out to the left it goes. Haaland! Yes, it's there!
Yeah, Peter, I think we've got to give the keeper some slack here because he didn't have the greatest view of that, but you've got to give the scorer his due as well. I mean, he had that sharpness of mind and clinical edge.
Still trying to make a game of this. Valverde. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Tchouameni. Gently done. Nice interception. His positioning was spot on. Foden. A mixture of good defending and indecisive passing. No progress. Bernardo Silva laid out to the left flank. Oh, that's a very decent ball now. Brahim Diaz. Oh, they could break here. Rudiger. Eder Militao. Aim forwards. Vinicius Junior. He's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Rodri. Ake. Foden. And here's Bernardo Silva. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. It's a good-looking... Up he goes! Danger averted for now. Brahim Diaz. Doku does really well there, strong defending. And here's Bernardo Silva. Good chance here! Great strike, a test for the keeper.
Well, the defence are in a good position to get behind the ball and let them just try from range.
And here's Mbappe. Mbappe. There's no getting past him. It's really well defended. And he's there to get it away. Vinicius Junior. He's got plenty of space out wide here. Now, what about this cross? Guardiola tries to clear. Guardiola. Haaland chasing after it. Eder Militao. Rudiger. Moved on forwards. Rodri does really well to win the ball there. Mbappe. Both sides a bit too casual in possession. Vinicius Junior has a look to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. Ruben Diaz, played over towards the opposite flank. Valverde. This looks promising. It's great defensive work. It doesn't take too much imagination to guess what would have happened otherwise.
It's admirable, but ultimately he didn't know when to look for support.
That pass has been well intercepted. Great defending, strong and determined. And that's put paid to a promising move. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Yehi. Haaland in acres of space out wide. Chouameni, Brahim Diaz, and it's Alexander-Arnold. Kovacic. Ruben Diaz goes forward. Eder Militao defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Vinicius Junior. Valverde shifted upfield. Pressing's intense and it's paid off. Now what about a counter-attack? Doku. Haaland. And here's Doku. Bernardo Silva. It's a threatening ball. Doku tries a cross. Shot a goal! Oh, it's coming out. Shapes to shoot! Doku. Very nicely done. Kovacic. And here's Bernardo Silva. Foden. And that's a goal kick. Clearly not happy with that. Doku. Kovacic. And here's Haaland. Delicate ball, and it needs to be. And it's hoisted clear. Rodri. And it's Ake. And here's Foden. Ake. He's in space and looking for options. Climbs up big! Oh, not the best of headers.
Just wonder what was on his mind there. Should have put his foot right through it.
Nicely intercepted. Foden. And here's Haaland. Bernardo Silva. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. And it's played forward. And here's Bellingham. And here's Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold drives forward on the overlap. Kovacic. Doku. Guardiol. Doku providing an outlet on that flank. Chouameni forwards and with intent. Brahim Diaz. Played towards the front line. Bellingham is onto it in a flash. Now it's Mbappe! And that has forced the very best out of the keeper.
I think that's just more proof that this team is very comfortable playing on the break. They're really swift.
Too much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper. Doku. Guardiol, gently done. Chouameni. Eder Militao. And it's played forward. Valverde. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Here's Bernardo Silva. Chouameni. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. Kovacic cuts out the pass. Chouameni. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Mbappe, there's the shot! No, not quite. Foden shifted upfield. Valverde, and they can counter here. That is very well defended. Now it's Haaland. Rodri tries a measured ball. Great ball if he can get there. Foden. And here's Kovacic, out towards the flank. The ball goes in. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Guardiola. And here's Doku. Mbappe. Valverde. And the counter is on. Here's Vinicius Junior. Guardiola. Ake. Oh, this looks sharp. Rudiger wins the duel this time. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni, Eder Militao, driven forward, and he's straight offside. So now we're going to get those changes we have been expecting. Eder Militao makes the interception. Deftly away. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Eder Militao moved on forwards. That's really well manoeuvred. Gehi gets across to intercept that. Ruben Dias aim forwards. Haaland! Haaland! And that is a save of real quality. Not easy by any means.
Well, there's always that risk, Peter, when a team commits too many numbers forward. You can't help but leave some gaps at the back.
Chouameni can get it clear. That'll be a throw-in. Silva, Ake, now it's Foden. A chance to play it in. And that has been plugged away. Bernardo Silva, good spread. Ake with the cross. be a corner. Foden with the short one. Now the cross. Oh, that's not going to find its target. Foden plays it short. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. And it's Rodri. Okay. And here's Foden. Now it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Foden. Plenty waiting in the middle. Ake. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Mbappe did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. Mbappe. And here's Mbappe. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Donnarumma sends that a long way. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Bellingham! Oh, that's a waste.
Bellingham really felt that distance wasn't an issue, but maybe there were better options for him.
Rodri. Kovacic. That's really well manoeuvred. Caresses it through. Foden. And here's Ake. Ake with the cross. Keeper has taken decisive action. Foden! Outstanding save to keep that out.
Oh, how about that touch, Peter? I mean, that was brilliant. He got the ball to go exactly where he wanted it. The touch was perfection, the finish imperfection.
And the keeper has it. Foden. Foden tries making a foray down the right. Calmly anticipates. Slightly better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't pick out that killer ball.
Can he spark a counter here? Looking here to chip it through. Guardiola cuts it out. Keeper's got good distance on that. Now that's well seen too. Bellingham. Mbappe.
You know, it was an intervention that had to be made. Serious trouble lay in store.
Rodri, gently done. Bellingham. Valverde. Tchouaméni. Rudiger. Valverde. Rudiger. Valverde. Brahim Diaz. Bellingham. Played out to the right. And it's Diaz. And here's Bellingham.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to go.
Rodri. Ruben Diaz. Oh, can he get onto this? Vinicius Junior. Valverde. towards the front line. Cleared away. Valverde have it back and can go again. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Little doubt, that is a foul. And he's going to have his name taken. Lovely feeding, is such a good mover. Cross goes in there. Ruben Diaz tries to clear. Bernardo Silva. And now the breakaway. Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. Forwards and with intent. Marmouche. Vardiol. Marmouche. Nice control. And that's aimed into the middle. And claimed it back swiftly. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. Eder Militao, lofted upfield. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Lobbed in behind, and they've got rid. Dealt with nicely by the defence. Foden. He's in plenty of space here, showing good feet. Foden tries a shot, and that is a truly outstanding save.
Oh, that's a shame, Peter. Such a great run, but he didn't have that clinical edge.
Played out wide. It's a throw-in. Valverde.
Alexander-Arnold.
Yehi. Rodri. Moved on forwards. Now then, the ball's come loose. Ake. So who's he picking out? Now who's going to be first to this? Looking to break at pace. Rudiger. Eder Militao. And it's played forward. And the intercept the supply. Rodri shifted upfield. Okay. Gehi. Savinho. And here's Haaland. And here's Marmoush. Hangs in a cross. Nice physical challenge. Haaland! Could be danger here. Aimed in towards the centre. And that has been cleared. And it's Gonzalez. Marmoush. Nico Gonzalez. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland! Bernardo Silva. Decent chance! Great football, shot and save. There's going to be another change here.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
Lewis has got himself a free kick. Now, this is a potential flashpoint, and the referee has his hands full. Part right, but the rest wrong. The changes then in quick succession.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep plugging away, but the manager has done him a big favour, I think, by taking him off. You know, he was looking very, very leggy.
Nico Gonzalez. That's good play. Brahim Diaz, aim forwards. Rodri. Lewis. Savinho. Lewis. Bernardo Silva. Great defending, strong and determined. Eder Militao. Chouameni. Eder Militao, gently done. Brahim Diaz, played into space. Bellingham. Ball is over the line. Well, there is some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change.
Well, for me, this was the obvious substitution. He'd become just a little jaded, and as a result of that, he was most likely to make a mistake. I think sometimes when the body becomes tired, the brain goes with it, and I think that's happened in this case.
Vinicius Junior. Haaland. Chance here to counter. Ooh, delicate chip through. Courtois, long ball by the goalkeeper. Ruben Dias, early ball out from the back. Just 5 minutes left. Oh, he's found support out wide. Marmouche. Looking for a decent ball in. Lovely. He's had a shot! And the keeper has shown real class. He had to be at his very best. Cleared away. And the shot! Oh, he's missed it. Savinho. Now it's Haaland. Muscular approach does pay off here. Bernardo Silva. And it's Rodri. He's being urged to shoot. Goes for a shot! The keeper has done it off. Top stop. Alexander-Arnold. Eder Militao. That's really well manoeuvred. Alexander-Arnold. Chouameni. Valverde. Rudiger. Valverde. Defending of the desperate variety. And here's Bellingham. He's got away. Bellingham head out towards the right wing. Takes a shot! Arrived on cue, but fluffed his line. Chouameni moves short. That is lovely. Now here's the delivery. Not quite sure who got the final touch, but it will be another corner. They've played it short. Time to deliver. Garcia, and here's Valverde. Deftly away. Rudiger. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. And here's Mbappe. Alexander-Arnold. Mbappe! The defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested.
Well, the box was just so congested there, Peter. There was absolutely no space to work with.
Quality ball. Rudiger. Chouameni. Valverde. Rudiger. Rodri. Ambitious ball here. He's Steps in, and that's the end of that. Rodri. Savinho. And it's Lewis. Tries a deft little ball. Shoots! Oh, just lacked a decent finish. Valverde. Fran Garcia. Chouameni. Bellingham looks to get on the end of this. On time, excellent interception. Yehi. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Lewis. Rodri. Moved on forwards. It's run loose here. Can he stop it going out? Lewis chips it through. Time is desperately short now, but it is a corner. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Proves too strong. And that is going out for a goal kick. Valverde. Sports official showing that there will be 3 minutes of added time. Succumbs to the pressure. Savinho looking to get on the end of this. Rudiger. Eder Militao. Chouameni. Rudiger, forwards and with intent. Vinicius Junior. Out towards the flank. Hit into the middle. Donnarumma claims it. Safe hands. Now it's Haaland. Haaland, it's a delicate pass. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Rodri does really well to win the ball there. Savinho. Haaland providing an outlet on that flank. That's very neat. Now it's Savinho. He is just caressing the ball. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. Well, that looks like a final warning, still no card. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. Haaland. That has been cut short. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture. Nice interception, well timed. Valverde. Brahim Diaz. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. And it's played forward. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Could move up a gear here. Lewis. Sabinho. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Haaland. And here's Marmoush. Brahim Diaz. Herring after the ball here. Added time is up, and there goes the whistle. Well, that was thrilling. A game of champs and chumps. The winners were so good at times. A side that can and will trouble more or less everyone. The key role for Trent Alexander.
You've seen a defender, let alone a fullback, so technically accomplished as he is. His main job is in the final third, producing telling passes. Defensively, it's a weakness. Going forward, he's a gem.
Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. Oh, shooting chance! It's there!
Listen, the big names earn their reputations for precisely the reason we've just seen. They have a habit of making their presence felt, and here we are, early stages. He struck one, and he looks hungry for more.
That's wonderfully done. Crisp hit, true finish.
Well, most of those go high and wide because of their difficulty. He made it look like he does it every day.
I doubt very much that this was in the script. Rodri. Valverde. And it's Diaz. Lovely feet. He's had a shot! Oh, that was no routine save.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
Chouameni with the short one. Very nicely done. Now it's Chouameni. And here's Mbappe. And the shot! A real chance and a real let-off. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Vardiol. Oh, good-looking ball. Now that's well seen too. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Brahim Diaz. Chouameni. Gently done. Bellingham. Played out towards the right wing. Out to the right. Bellingham. Valverde. That is good strength. Valverde. Gahey gets rid without sophistication. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Valverde. And here's Brahim Diaz. Vinicius Junior! He's done very well to get to that.
Vinicius Junior really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
And they've got a throw. Foden. Ake. Rodri. Kovacic. That's really well manoeuvred. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. And here's Mbappe. Bernardo Silva. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni moved on forwards. And it's Diaz. Alexander-Arnold picks it up now.
Alexander-Arnold, yeah, it all looked so promising until unexpected sloppiness intervened.
Ake. Brilliantly cut out. Kovacic. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Yehi. Brahim Diaz. Ruben Diaz gets over and intercepts. Doku. And it's played forward. He's found a way through. Muscular approach does pay off here. Kovacic. Yehi. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Vardiol. Doku. Kovacic. Ruben Diaz. Vardiol shifted upfield. And it's hoisted clear. Valverde. Belling. Valverde. Vinicius Junior spread out to the left. Can he latch on to this? That is good defending. It's been repelled. And that is out of play. Real chance! Split-second reaction.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Bellingham caresses it through. Kovacic. And he welcomes it in.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Doku. Kovacic. And Bernardo Silva!
Well, the keeper seemed to go into study mode then, and he's read it beautifully.
Tchouameni, nicely aimed pass. Foden. Now it's Haaland. Ake. Bernardo Silva. Oh, good spread. And it's Bernardo Silva. Out to the left it goes. And he's there to clear it. And that's a throw. Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva. And here's Kovacic. Tchouameni wins the duel this time. So what can they make of this? Bellingham, Vinicius Junior. That is a brilliant interception. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. Looking to break at pace. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Brahim Diaz. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Ball comes in. Decent chance! And that's caused a worry or two.
Mbappe certainly knows that he's missed a real chance there, but he can't dwell on that. He needs to pick himself up and move on.
Gehi aimed forwards. Doku. Gvardiol. Doku. And here's Haaland. Foden, that's a delicate pass. Rudiger, forwards and with intent. Kovacic, now he's got space here. He's cut it out. They've played it short. Chooses to go back. And it's Kovacic. Doku. Now it's Doku. Brahim Diaz. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Bernardo Silva.
Really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
Ruben Diaz clears it away. Brahim Diaz. Chance for a shot! Oh, it's come loose. Donnarumma trying to keep this in. And it's over the line, and that'll be a goal kick. Rodri. Kovacic. Gvardiol. That's really well manoeuvred. Gvardiol. And here's Doku. Bernardo Silva. And here's Doku. Tries to cross. Takes a shot! He wasn't that far away.
You really could have done with engaging those crosses much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending.
Alexander-Arnold, Brahim Diaz, Alexander-Arnold, pressing's intense and it's paid off. Rodri, Guardiola, up towards the front line, and it's Bernardo Silva, out towards the flank. He is through here. And here's Doku. Haaland! That was superb goalkeeping.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
Been taken short. And here's Kovacic. Doku. Now it's Foden. Crosses it in. Rudiger tries to clear. Bernardo Silva. Played down the flank. Ake. Can he finish? He goes! No, he didn't quite meet it right. Rudiger shifted upfield. And again, they run up against stubborn defending. And here's Brahim Diaz. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold flashes it across. And that's been won straight back. Can he get onto this? Rudiger gets it clear. Guardiola, great run on the overlap here, and that's it. Climbs up big, harmlessly behind.
I just wonder what was on his mind there. He should have put his foot right through it.
Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Played into space out wide. Kovacic with the clearance. Good work on the right flank here. Now it's Haaland. Oh, he's found support out wide. Calmly anticipates. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. Oh, that is asking for trouble. I think just the goalkeeper. Vinicius Junior! It's in! And there's the goal they've been looking for. Vinicius Junior, a mere formality, nigh on a certainty, he is truly in the zone.
Peter, I can tell you, that was nothing short of a cold-blooded execution.
So that's two now without reply.
Well, with this kind of authority, Peter, why not push on and totally kill this off?
Bernardo Silva. And it's Bernardo Silva. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Alexander-Arnold. Chouameni. Valverde. And here's Vinicius Junior.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Plays it through. He's shifting through the gears here.
Well, he had to bide his time a bit there, Peter. Needed more targets to aim at in the box.
And it's played forward. Brahim Diaz. Well read, nice interception. Foden. Bellingham. Bellingham! And for a moment, time stood still.
Well, let that be a lesson to them. If they don't stay focused all the time, they're going to be made to pay.
Ruben Diaz. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Kovacic. Ruben Diaz, aim forwards.
Haaland really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Alexander-Arnold, gently done. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Vardiol. Moved on forwards. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Rodri. And here's Bernardo Silva. Courtois gets his gloves on it, nice and calm. Brahim Diaz. Chouameni. That's really well manoeuvred.
Mbappe really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Kovacic. Kovacic forwards and with intent. Vardiol. And it's played forward. Courtois sends that a long way. Ruben Diaz. Ake. Ake, it's a sharp pass. Bernardo Silva. Oh, it's played into the area.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Valverde. Rudiger shifted upfield. Valverde. Rudiger. Yehi. Kovacic. Aim forwards. Guardiol. Bernardo Silva. Great chance!
Bernardo Silva usually is so good from that range. He didn't quite connect as he can, though.
Rodri. Ake. Quality ball. Eder Militao. Guardiol. Yehi. Bernardo Silva. Ake. And it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Doku. Oh, that's nice. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior is fouled. That's Valverde! Doku. Rodri. Kovacic. Over to the left. Now it's Doku. Kovacic. Will play through for the wide man. He's in space and looking for options. Rudiger attempts a clearance. And that's left him on the seat of his pants. There's the shot! Plenty waiting in the middle, and it's played into the middle. Defending of the desperate variety. Cleared away. Doku. He is just caressing the ball. Whistle's gone, that's foul. Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold, gently done. He's having a shot! Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
Oh, I suppose he was being urged to shoot. Maybe the crowd will stay a little quieter next time.
Rodri. Ruben Dias. Doku. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. Kovacic shifted upfield. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Aim forwards. Well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Ake. Moved on forwards. Foden. Rodri.
Are certainly playing with an intense focus in executing their plan here.
And it's Bellingham. Kovacic forwards and with intent. Oh, well measured. Doku. That has been knocked clear. Bernardo Silva. Can he finish? Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Foden. Yehi. Ake. Oh, there's a probing ball. Well timed. Excellent interception. Vinicius Junior. And it's played forward. Looking for a decent ball in. Brahim Diaz gets his head on it! No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Brahim Diaz. Tchouaméni. And here's Bellingham. Played into the middle. And the finish! That's a foul. Donnarumma, long ball by the goalkeeper. Foden. Ake. That is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Foden. And here's Haaland. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior has found the net here, of course. Foden. Dangerous ball here. Haaland looking to get on the end of this. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Played in by Foden. Not one of his best. That's really well manoeuvred. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. And it's Bellingham. Just more than 15 minutes till half-time. No, not quite on the same wavelength. Valverde. Valverde moved on forwards. Mbappe! Mbappe! Kovacic gently down. Foden. Ake looking to hit the byline here. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Do have a chance to counter here. Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. Rudiger. Valverde. A heavy challenge. Foden. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. Guardiola. Doku. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva. And Bernardo Silva! Oh, denied! Brilliantly!
Bernardo Silva clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
That's been drilled forward. That's put paid to a promising move. Haaland. Bellingham. Now it's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Bellingham unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Ake. And it's played forward. Vinicius Junior. Nice control. Time to deliver. That's good play. Oh, what a climb! That needed to be better, and he knows it.
You really could have done with engaging those crossers much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending.
Kovacic. Doku. Kovacic. And that's a dangerous ball. forwards. Bellingham providing an outlet on that flank. And he's there to clear it. Now it's Haaland. Foden. Haaland. Foden. Oh, that's neat. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. And it's Kovacic. Kovacic played out to the left flank. Oh, nice touch. So who's he picking out? Oh, that goes for a shot! And the volley. He's got away with one there. Alexander-Arnold. Vinicius Junior. Valverde shifted upfield. Great defending, strong and determined. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. Ruben Dias, gently done. Rudiger makes the interception. Eder Militao. Valverde. Rudiger. Driven forward. Brahim Diaz. He's well positioned here.
Mbappe really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Now it's Haaland. He came in hard, very hard. Can he stop it going out? And here's Haaland. Haaland shapes to shoot! It just took too long getting forward.
Haaland simply took an age to make his mind up, Peter, when urgency was the single requirement.
Foden moves short. Now that's a fine challenge. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest.
I'm not sure the shot was ever on there, really. There were just too many bodies in the way, Peter.
Now it's Doku. Oh, sweet feet. Kovacic spread out to the left. And that has been cleared. Ake can have it back and can go again. And here's Haaland. Haaland! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Moved on forwards. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. This interception, his positioning was spot on. And the counter is on. It's Kovacic. Doku. Oh, great defending, that needed doing. Brahim Diaz, forwards and with intent. Delivers the ball. Keeper has taken decisive action. And they've got Reed. Ball is over the line. Vinicius Junior. Chance! Relentless! Just relentless! And they are cruising away. Oh, high quality goal, lovely first touch, sumptuous second. Three 0 and things are starting to look awfully cosy. Yehi. That's really well manoeuvred. Kovacic. And it's played forward. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior, gently done. Bellingham. And it's hoisted clear. Now here's the delivery. And he's heaved it away. Reaching half-time and still behind. Can they make something happen now? Rodri does really well to win the ball there. Well, they could break here. Now it's Doku. He's got away. Oh, it's a great ball here. In he goes again! Great football, shot and save.
Look, we've all been there. Nothing will make him feel much better at the moment.
Foden plays it short. Doku. Kovacic. Out to the left it goes. Tchouaméni wins the duel this time. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. And for a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Foden. Oh, some tackle that. The ball is loose, and the chase is on. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. And here's Mbappe. Brahim Diaz, head out towards the right wing. Oh, well cut out, no margin for error there at all. Rodri forwards and with intent, and they can counter here. And it's Bernardo Silva. Nice physical challenge. Oh, he's caught him there, it's a free kick. Valverde clears it away. Guardiol. Great defending, strong and determined. Eder Militao attempts a clearance. Cleared without complication. Doku. Kovacic. Plenty of appeals, but the referee is not interested. Nothing wrong with that tackle. Ball won cleanly. And there's green grass ahead of him. Bellingham. Lovely bit of skill. Bellingham with the delivery. Tries to get it clear. Vardio. Doku. Haaland looks to get on the end of this. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising.
Well, that was well positioned and well pitched. They can't hurt with their backs to go.
Bellingham. Oh, good spread. Alexander-Arnold. Big chance! It goes to show he is human after all.
It's almost like he had too much thinking time there, Peter.
Ruben Dias. And here's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. And he's managed to get free. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. That's going to go a long way. And here's Vinicius Junior. Lovely. Now, and the shot! And he should have made it fall.
Oh, what a chance. He probably had more time than he realised.
Ruben Dias clears it away. And it's Chouameni. That's very neat. Chouameni. Cross goes in there. He's overhit it, and it's out of play. Yehi. Kovacic. Doku. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. Ake. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Ake. Foden. Picks it up out wide. Oh, smashing header! Final touch was poor. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. That's really well manoeuvred. Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. Haaland. Guardiola. Cleared away. Out for a throw. Good steal, he just read it. Chouameni. And it's Valverde. And here's Vinicius Junior. There's the shot! Chouameni moves short. Ake with the clearance. Kovacic chooses to go cross-field. Ake shifted upfield. Oh, he's trying it! Eder Militao. Chouameni. Sport official showing that there will be 3 minutes of added time. Brahim Diaz. Brahim Diaz delivers. And the keeper gets his hands on it. Brahim Diaz. Valverde. Over to the left. Clipped into space. Guardiola getting this one clear. Rodri can get it clear. Really good play on the right, he's driving forward. And here's Haaland, back into the middle. Rudiger is there, and he can get that clear. Moved on forwards. Doku. Forwards. Ake. Guardiola gently done. That's really well manoeuvred. Defending of the desperate variety. And reclaimed it in a trice. Kovacic. Nicely intercepted. Brahim Diaz. Now it's Mbappe. Bellingham. Delicate ball, and it needs to be. Shot, surely! It's a loose ball. And back out it comes. It's a throw-in. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Oh, such a clever touch. Yehi. Ake. Foden. Moved on forwards. Oh, can he get onto this? And it's played forward. Bellingham. Bellingham! gets just about enough of it. Referee's had a look, and he's blown his whistle for half-time. Well, who would have thought it? A huge chasm between the two teams already, and it might grow even wider in this second half. And that's the start of another 45 minutes. So, 45 minutes to turn it round. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Bernardo Silva. Foden gets into some space. Got the hard part right, but the rest wrong.
Well, there's always that risk, Peter, when a team commits too many numbers forward. You can't help but leave some gaps at the back.
Vardio. Chance here to counter. Haaland. Not much subtlety about that challenge. That is a jarring tackle, but apparently nothing wrong with it. Rudiger. Eder Militao. Doku. Doku chips it through. And here's the chance to counter. Rudiger. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold, forwards and with intent. And it's been played through. Bellingham. There are a few waiting for it. Brahim Diaz. And a chance! And with the goal at his mercy, a dreadful miss.
Yeah, he came away empty-handed in the end, but it was wonderful movement.
Rodri. Kovacic. Vardio. Gehi. Haaland is onto it in a flash. Rudiger. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger shifted upfield. Kovacic. Still no way through. The defending here is resolute. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. And here's Bellingham. Mbappe is flagged offside. Keeper's got good distance on that. Valverde wins the duel this time. Clearly not happy with that. And it's Bernardo Silva. Ake. That's really well manoeuvred. Bernardo Silva. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Can he spark a counter here? Valverde. Eder Militao. Alexander-Arnold. Eder Militao. Forwards and with intent. Bernardo Silva. And it's Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva played out to the left flank. Kovacic. Kovacic played into space. And that was very necessary. Guardiola. It's a mighty effort! Arrived on cue, but fluffed his line. Rudiger looks to the other side. Bernardo Silva. Guardiola. And here's Doku. Kovacic. Rodri. Bellingham. Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. And here's Vinicius Junior, and here's Bellingham. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Foden spread out to the left. That is lovely. Guardiola looking here to chip it through. Kovacic. Played out wide, now it's Doku. Guardiola. Kovacic. Oh, well played, he's taken that really cleanly. Bernardo Silva. And it's Kovacic. Bellingham. Alexander-Arnold. Rudiger. Aim forwards. Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Guehi. Rodri. Guehi, gently done. Bernardo Silva tries a deft little ball, and he's there to get it away, and claimed it back swiftly. Guardiola. Ruben Dias. Guardiola. And it's played forward. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Rudiger. Moved on forwards. And he cuts out the supply. But he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Vinicius Junior. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Oh, perfectly measured that. Mbappe. Now looking to orchestrate a counter. Ake. Bernardo Silva. And now the breakaway. That's a nicely weighted pass. Ake gets it away. Bernardo Silva. Now, what about a counter-attack? Crunching tackle. Now then, the ball's come loose. Rudiger did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Eder Militao, gently done. Valverde, forward it goes. Guehi cuts it out. Bellingham. Haaland. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Haaland. And he shoots! Well, it would have been harder to miss.
Haaland really can't believe his luck. He was allowed so much room when he should have been boxed in.
So is this the start of a comeback? Rudiger. Tchouameni. Eder Militao. Forwards and with intent. Rodri. Foden. And it's Ake. Proves too strong. Could move up a gear here. It's been slipped through. Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't take out that killer ball.
Now it's Haaland. And here's Doku. Doku. Aimed in toward... Up he goes! And he has kept it out somehow.
Haaland actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
Vinicius Junior. Got a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Rudiger.
Have certainly changed the dynamic, but I'm not quite sure whether we're going to get patience or impatience now.
That's an untidy challenge. Free kick given. Ruben Dias with the clearance. Now it's Haaland. Looking to break at pace. Haaland. Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. Played out to the right. Bellingham. Now Bellingham! Rodri. He's coming under serious pressure here.
Yeah, it very much looks like this defence has learned from its errors now.
Alexander-Arnold gets across to intercept that. And here's Vinicius Junior. That has been cut short. Doku. That's really well manoeuvred. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Eder Militao. Rudiger. And here's Haaland. Haaland! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Haaland is offering a right smile there.
They've played it short. Ake. Rodri. It's a goal kick. Eder Militao. Doku. Lovely ball and shot a goal! Sticks it away!
Yeah, the touch before the finish is so often the critical part, and we've just seen an example.
And now he has two. This is threatening to become a really good game.
Well, they're very much the better team at the moment, Peter, and no doubt will be looking to cause even more damage here.
Driving on, a real charge here. And it's Bellingham. Bernardo Silva. Well, they could break here. Bernardo Silva. Bellingham. He's in plenty of space here. Mbappe. Mbappe looking to run onto it. Can he deliver? Oh, that is a good ball. Bellingham! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
Hit into the middle. Doku gets good distance on it. Bellingham. It's really well cleared. Out of play for a goal kick. Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Guardiola. Doku. 60 minutes played. Valverde. And it's Bellingham. Succumbs to the pressure. Foden. The pass is intercepted. Haaland. Bernardo Silva in acres of space out wide. It's run loose here. And here's Haaland. This is gone, that's a foul.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal then.
Well, the ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. That was beautiful, something close to genius. This has become one superb game of football.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down. But they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. A corner it is then. It's been taken short. And here's Bellingham. And the shot! He has done it! And again they hit the front. So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here? Ake. Foden carries the ball down the right. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Bernardo Silva. And Bernardo Silva! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
That's a cute ball. Tries to get it clear. Now it's Doku. Guardiol. Cross into the box. Tchouaméni getting this one clear.
That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away, and eventually you might just get that little break.
They're coming again and again.
Well, the question now is whether they can sustain it.
Alexander-Arnold cuts out the pass. He welcomes it in. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Now this could be a chance. Haaland. Bernardo Silva. Out to the left it goes. He has found the way through. That's tidy. Kovacic. And it's Bernardo Silva. Nice physical challenge. Brahim Diaz. Chouameni. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. And it's played forward. Oh, can he get onto this? Vinicius Junior. Brahim Diaz. And into the grateful arms of the keeper. Rodri. And here's Haaland. Oh, it's taken out, that'll be a foul. And no surprise, that's a booking. It's hoisted clear. Doku, great defending, strong and determined. Goal kick. No, I stand corrected, it's a corner. With nicely by the defence. Foden. Showing good feet. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. Valverde gets his final warning.
Well, he knew what he was taking on there, Peter, and special delivery from the ref.
Eder Militao is there, and he can get that clear. Played into space out wide. And that's out of reach. He does really well to win the ball there. Vinicius Junior has got himself a free kick. It's Diaz. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! Denied by an instinctive save.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
Well, that's well seen too. Brahim Diaz. Probing pass. Oh, great chance! Mbappe has a shot! Did the hard part right, but fluffed the finish.
Oh, it was such a clever pass that flummoxed the defence.
And that's a foul. Free kick's been given.
Haaland really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
And here's Mbappe. He is through here. Mbappe spread out to the left, crossed into the box. Guardiola. Kovacic. Rodri. Ake. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. And he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is.
Well, with him already been on a yellow, he should know much better than that.
Haaland! Oh, just fizzes past the post.
Oh, did the keeper have that covered? I'm not sure he did. I think I need a replay on that one.
Bellingham is in a good position here. And that has been clubbed away. Bellingham is alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. Ake. Ake shifted upfield. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. Great pass. Tries a shot! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Mbappe is offering a right smile there.
Foden aim forwards. Pressing's intense and it's paid off. Vinicius Junior. Bernardo Silva. Foden. Great defending, strong and determined. Yeah, he's fouled him there. Tchouaméni attempts a clearance. Kovacic. Guardiola. Bernardo Silva. Shot, surely! Save again, same outcome.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're upping the ante here. They'll get the reward if they can stick at this.
Playing towards the other side. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Mbappe. Brahim Diaz. And the ball's come loose here. No foul, says the referee. Some excellent tackling here, and that one a perfect example. And it's played forward. Foden looks to get on the end of this. Kovacic. Kovacic gently done. And here's Doku. a shot! Rudiger. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Vinicius Junior. He's through here. And the keeper has it. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Foden. Bernardo Silva. And here's Foden. Foden plays it in. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Lovely feet. Now it's Doku. Doku receives it in a wide position. And it's shoots! Do not write them off! Back they come! As simple as you like, the outcome utterly inevitable.
Yeah, it's simply tragic defending when a renowned finisher is ignored. It's how he built his reputation.
Clinical, just clinical. What a game this is turning out to be for him.
This is frightening football. He has increased defensive fear on the way to that hat-trick.
There is some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change. We have ourselves a real game here.
You've got to commend that, Peter. It's the perfect response to falling behind. Don't let your heads drop. Just get back up the pitch and level the scores again. This is cracking stuff.
Moved on forwards. And there's green grass ahead of him. Now it's Mbappe. Marmoush, and here's the chance to counter. Alexander-Arnold. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. Mbappe, out to the right. A chance to play it in. Delivered in. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Brahim Diaz. Can he spark a counter here? Marmoush. He's in plenty of space here. He's found the way through. Haaland's cross.
Foden, oh, what a dampener that was, just when we were hoping he turned up the heat.
Yehi. Rodri. That's really well manoeuvred. Haaland is onto it in a flash. He's through, now is he in? Chance!
no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
And it's Bernardo Silva. Gets it away. Played into the middle. That has been knocked clear. Kovacic played out to the left flank. Foot in.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
Nicely intercepted. Over to the left. Oh, he's found support out wide. Marmouche. Tchouaméni wins the duel this time.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Nice interception. His positioning was spot on. Okay. And it's Bernardo Silva. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Mbappe, great ball if he can get there. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior! It's anyone's ball now.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
Played towards the front line. It's an inviting looking ball, that. Valverde forwards and with intent. Vinicius Junior going full steam ahead down the left flank. Rodri with the clearance.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
He's got away. Marmouche with the cross. And it's hoisted clear.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
Marmouche. Vardiol. Kovacic played out to the left flank. Marmouche.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Rodri. Gehi shifted upfield. Rudiger clears it away.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Bernardo Silva providing an outlet on that flank. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary, and reclaimed it in a trice. And it's Kovacic. Haaland! And that's a real chance missed. Well,
we could be headed for a scenario in which next goal is the winner. That chance could have been it too.
And there's going to be another change here.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep plugging away, but the manager has done him a big favour, I think, by taking him off. You know, he was looking very, very leggy.
Moved on forwards. Great work on the overlap. Alexander-Arnold could try cutting inside here. Brahim Diaz.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
Marmouche. Guardiol. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. He's been bundled over, that is a foul. And the ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. Defending of the desperate variety. Not pretty, but it gets the job done.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Danger averted for now.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
Rodri. A game with so much to recommend it. Fabulous contest, but still no clear winner.
It's a very open game and an exciting watch. There are no signs of nerves or caginess from either team. This pitch is go-for-it territory right now.
Well, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Nico Gonzalez. Eder Militao gets over and intercepts. And it's Valverde. And here's Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And he shoots!
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Chouameni. Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. Oh, good spread.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
A couple of changes then in quick succession.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though not quite able.
Guardiol. It's a lovely, neat pass. Eder Militao. Rudiger. That's really well manoeuvred. Mbappe. Played out to the right. Alexander-Arnold.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
And there's going to be another change here.
Well, for me, this was the obvious substitution. He'd become just a little jaded, and as a result of that, he was most likely to make a mistake. I think sometimes when the body becomes tired, the brain goes with it, and I think that's happened in this case.
Could be danger here.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. And it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Marmoush. Nouri. And he's onside. Can he deliver? Oh, it's played into the area. He can get that clear.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner. Vinicius Junior!
Ruben Dias gets it clear.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Bernardo Silva. Gonzalez. It really is now or never. They need a goal however it comes. And here's Bernardo Silva. And Bernardo Silva! Oh, nearly, but nearly is nothing.
Well, even for him, that may have been a touch ambitious.
So now we're going to get those changes we have been expecting.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep plugging away, but the manager has done him a big favour, I think, by taking him off. You know, he was looking very, very leggy.
Nico Gonzalez. And it's Bernardo Silva.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Eder Militao, forwards and with intent. Oh, this looks sharp. Well read, nice interception. The final 5 minutes. Gonzalez, aim forwards. And here's Marmoush. Needs a quality cross. Brahim Diaz.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
He's got to be in here. Bellingham. Oh, shooting chance! Bellingham. Vinicius Junior is having a shot! Well, the finish certainly didn't match the build-up.
Oh, it's very good running, that. You're always going to have chances with that kind of movement.
Nouri tries a measured ball, tries to get it clear. That's an excellent interception.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Gonzalez, gently done. Marmoush, can he get onto this? And it's Gonzalez. So time is near. Big chance! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
They are right into last chance territory. Bellingham played out towards the right wing. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. And the goalkeeper's got a good palm to that. Alexander-Arnold. Aimed in towards the centre. That was very necessary. Chouameni. So time is nearly up. One final twist, perhaps. Nice interception, well timed.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
Haaland looks to get on the end of this. Rudiger. And it's Bellingham. Fran Garcia. And here's Bellingham. Valverde. It is now. He ran himself into trouble there. Free kick given away. Valverde. Valverde! Oh, a very decent attempt. Foden. Now it's Bernardo Silva. It's Lewis. Oh, super find. Well read. The danger is averted.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Nice defending, it's got the job done.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
And it's played forward. Confirmation that there will be 4 minutes stoppage time. If we're going to get a winner, it's got to come now. Brahim Diaz. The final seconds now. Proves too strong. Rory. It's really well manoeuvred. Out to the left it goes. Vinicius Junior. It's decent chance! Marmoush. Nico Gonzalez. Yehi. Foden.
Going nowhere fast is about the only way I can describe this. They've just got to be busier.
Fran Garcia. Vinicius Junior. And he cuts out the supply. Lewis. Rodri. Foden. Lewis. Rodri. Rodri forwards and with intent. Valverde. Fran Garcia. Has a look and plays it forward. Brahim Diaz. And it's Garcia. Great defending, strong and determined. Foden shifted upfield. Bernardo Silva. Vinicius Junior. And it's Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. Muscular approach does pay off here. Nouri. Nico Gonzalez. Now it's Mbappe. And here's Brahim Diaz. Gonzalez, aim forwards, and the counter is on. And he welcomes it in. Now it's Haaland. Clipped into space. Foden. Lewis. He's cut it out. Foden with the short one. And it's Lewis. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. And here's Marmoush. One good cross, maybe the last chance. Cleared away. Rodri. And here's Haaland. And here's Marmoush. And the shot! He's got it! And that has raised the roof! That was easy, almost too easy.
Way too good, Peter. Too quick, too smart for that defence. They were made to look a little lost, in all honesty.
Having turned the game on its head, now can they hold out?
Well, look, Peter, I feel I've got to stress that there's still time for another, so we can't be too presumptuous yet.
And there goes the final whistle. They are pumped. Boy, they're pumped. A tough win earned through the power of will, and this place is bouncing. So a dramatic game decided in its very last moments.
Well, this looked like it had a drift with what I've seen so far from this guy, Jude Bellingham. You don't become a regular at one of Europe's leading teams at 17 unless you're very, very special. And he's the epitome of, if you're good enough, you're old enough.
Yes, getting the best out of him will count for so much. Valverde, he is onto this. And the shot! A real chance and a real let-off. It's Bernardo Silva, Rodri, Kovacic, Rodri, Foden. Now then, the ball's come loose. Aimed in towards the centre. Eder Militao gets good distance on it. Kovacic, big chance! Doku. Guardiol. And here's Doku. And that has been clubbed away. Guardiol unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Alexander-Arnold. Now he's got space here. Guardiol. Doku. Guardiol, gently done. The pass has gone astray. Tchouaméni. Bellingham. And it's played forward. Rodri. Played out to the right. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Moved on forwards. Well, the run has been sold a little bit short there.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Foden. Ake. Forwards and with intent. Bellingham. Tchouaméni. Aim forwards. Alexander-Arnold. Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. Kovacic. Rodri. Out to the left it goes. Back into the middle. And here's Doku. Time to deliver. And it's kept out by a stubborn defence. Really well manoeuvred. Rudiger. Valverde. Eder Militao. Shifted upfield. Alexander-Arnold. Aim forwards. And it's Bellingham. Bernardo Silva. And the counter is on. Rodri. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Guardiol. Has a look and plays it forward. Rudiger cuts out the pass. Alexander-Arnold. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. It's an inviting looking ball, that. He has slightly undercooked that one.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't pick out that killer ball.
Rodri. Ake. Ake, gently done. Valverde going full tilt down the left. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Valverde. Bellingham. Valverde. Fires it in low. And it's claimed by the keeper. Guardiol. Kovacic. Well read, nice interception. Played back in. That looks a cracking ball. Haaland. Doku has it in a wide position. Doku. Good challenge, excellent challenge. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent, it's almost personal. And it had to be.
I'm not sure the shot was ever on there, really. There were just too many bodies in the way, Peter.
Tchouaméni, and it's Alexander-Arnold. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Alexander-Arnold with the delivery. Bellingham finds himself offside. Tchouaméni, oh, that's a clever-looking ball. Bernardo Silva. Foden. And here's Haaland. Now it's Doku. Doku. Oh, the ball's come loose here. Kovacic. Now it's Foden. And it's made its way to him. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. And it's Valverde. Haaland. Bernardo Silva. So what can they make of this? Doku gets into some space. Foden. Great defending, strong and determined. Valverde defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Mbappe. Brahim Diaz. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Could move up a gear here. And it's Kovacic. And here's Haaland. Haaland! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Haaland clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
Not pretty, but it gets the job done. And it's played forward. Now it's Bellingham. Bernardo Silva. Now they could break here. Now it's Doku. He's shifting through the gears here. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Tchouaméni, Eder Militao. That's really well manoeuvred.
That will annoy the manager. They're making themselves too predictable here.
Ruben Diaz. Vardiol. Kovacic. Ruben Diaz. Yehi. Bernardo Silva. Foden. Rodri. Foden. And here's Haaland. He is through here. Haaland made out towards the right wing. Foden oh, smashing header! And the header is disappointing in the end.
That's good play. Plenty of targets in the penalty area and plenty of movement too.
Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz.
Really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
Foden. Bernardo and Bernardo
What a super start! A total shocker for the opponents. Talk about how to wrestle control. That's how you do it.
One sweeping move, executed with deadly efficiency.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
So the game's first significant moment, and it's come earlier than perhaps we anticipated. Rudiger. Cleared away. Moved on forwards. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Kovacic. Over to the left. Now it's Haaland. And it's Kovacic. Tchouaméni, that's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Bellingham. He's Bellingham! It's a loose ball. Donnarumma herring up. Oh, they could be caught out here. Mbappe. He's trying his best to keep it in play here. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Kovacic. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. Eder Militao. And here's Mbappe. Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold hurtling down that right flank. Well cut out, no margin for error there at all. Ake, forwards and with intent. That pass is somewhat less than ideal.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Keeper's got good distance on that.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Nicely intercepted. And there's his chance to lead the counter. And it's Diaz. Brahim Diaz. There are a few waiting for it. Now who's going to be first to this? He's going to have to tune his rangefinder before the next one. Yehi shifted upfield. Kovacic. Ruben Diaz. Aim forwards. Bernardo Silva. No, again there's no way through. Haaland. Oh, good spread. Eder Militao, gently done. Brahim Diaz. Valverde. Vinicius Junior, out towards the flank. A good play on the left-hand side here. And he's managed to get free. And what about this cross? Doku. Chance here to counter. Foden does really well to win the ball there. Bernardo Silva. Now it's Doku. Doku. Tchouaméni gets it clear. Can he spark a counter here? And it's Diaz. Nice control. And here's Brahim Diaz. Doku. Haaland. He's found a way through. Bernardo Silva. And this is shoots! It's anyone's ball now. Referee's had a good look and given a corner. Foden with the short one. Guardiola. Tchouaméni wins the duel this time. Now that's well seen too. Moved on forwards. Tchouaméni. Eder Militao. Mbappe. Now he's off and running. Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Rodri. Ake. Rodri. That's really well manoeuvred. Ruben Diaz. Yehi. And it's played forward. And it has been fouled there. Moved on forwards. It's Kovacic! Oh, it's come loose. Kovacic! Big relief, it just needed better contact.
Yeah, I think that miss is going to give him nightmares for a while.
Alexander-Arnold. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Strong running down that left flank. Oh, not quite on the same wavelength. Rodri. Guardiola. Doku. Guardiola. Guardiola forwards and with intent.
Haaland really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
That's really well manoeuvred. Played into the middle. Doku clouts it too hard. Still a possession this, but very little to show for it. Eder Militao shifted upfield. Ruben Dias. Vardiol. Valverde. Rudiger. Valverde. Aim forwards. And it's Belling. Kovacic. Doku. Bernardo Silva. Eder Militao did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. Always onto this. Mbappe. Lovely bit of skill. Played out wide. Cross deflected behind for a corner. They've played it short. Bernardo Silva. Haaland. Doku. Bernardo Silva. A mixture of good defending and indecisive passing. No progress. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. He's having a shot! No, not quite.
They're probably getting frustrated by the lack of chances, I suppose.
Rodri gently done. Eder Militao is there and he can get that clear. Mbappe. That's a good run down the left. Donnarumma, long ball by the goalkeeper. Ake. There were better options before the ball was lost. Easy to save from up here, I know. Now it's Mbappe. Mbappe played out to the left flank. And here's Bellingham. Bellingham. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. That is a great pick out. That's a simple one for the keeper. Bellingham. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Vinicius, can he finish? Ake. Kovacic. Doku. Gehi. Ake. And it's played forward. He's going to be disappointed with that.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Chouameni. Bellingham chasing after it. And it's Bernardo Silva. Tries a measured ball. I think that's offside. Yes, it is. Mbappe.
Vardiol.
And it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Haaland spread out to the left. Doku. Bernardo Silva does have his name on the score sheet, of course. Looking to break at pace. Nice physical challenge. Doku in acres of space out wide.
Simply brilliant defending. They were outnumbered, but he still came out on top.
That's really well manoeuvred. And here's Bellingham. And he's there to clear it. Gehi. Kovacic. It's a quick ball upfield. It's an inviting looking ball, that. Bernardo Silva. Valverde producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Rudiger. Rudiger shifted upfield. Well, there's a probing ball. And he cuts out the supply. Foden. Vardiol, aim forwards. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. And here's Bellingham. Crossed into them, climbs up big! Goal!
It's just sloppy to lose the ball like that, Peter. The ease which they were able to cut through them from there, that definitely doesn't have a good look about it.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Well, this is to be expected, Peter, when you've got two strong teams of fairly equal standing. The outcome should all come down to finishing.
That is a jarring tackle, but apparently nothing wrong with it. Valverde moved on forwards. Still very early doors, but it is a closely contested affair. And here's Vinicius Junior. And he whips it in. Vardiol tries to clear. They've got a corner here. Ruben Diaz can get it clear. And it's hoisted clear. Lofted in, up he goes! Didn't quite get enough on that.
Well, you see what a difference it makes to have so many runners into the box. Makes life so much harder for that defence.
Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. That is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Vinicius Junior. And a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Now, what about a counter-attack? Doku tries to dink it through. Now it's Foden. Foden was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. Valverde, aim forwards. Alexander-Arnold. Oh, it's played into the area. It's been taken short. And it's played forward. Haaland. Out to the left it goes. And the counter is on. Kovacic. That's tidy. A chance to play it in. Now that's a fine challenge. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Valverde. Bellingham. Now he's off and running. Valverde. That's really well manoeuvred. We can get that clear. That's been won straight back. Rudiger. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time.
Well, for me, Peter, I think it's all too pedestrian and slow. They need a large injection of purpose now.
And here's Bellingham. Foden. Ake carries the ball down the right. Now that does look a foul. Referee's given a free kick. That's a booking, always looked it. Gehi. Rodri. Foden. Ake. He is just caressing the ball. Now it's Rodri. Great chance! Dealt with nicely by the defence. And it's Bellingham. Mbappe. Ruben Dias wins the duel this time. Foden. Foden gently done. Alexander-Arnold gets across to intercept that.
Well, it seems as if he's just had a momentary lapse and slipped into tunnel vision, because he had good options around him and he failed to get his head up.
Rudiger forwards and with intent. Yehi. Vardiol. Kovacic. Vardiol. And here's Doku. Doku played back in. And that has been cleared. Alexander-Arnold. He's in plenty of space here. That has been knocked clear. Valverde. Rudiger. That's been drilled forward. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Now it's Haaland. Eder Militao makes the interception. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. And it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Haaland knocks it out wide. And here's Bernardo Silva. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Rudiger. Bellingham looks to get on the end of this. Bellingham. Valverde. Valverde shifted upfield. Ruben Dias. Vardiol. Kovacic. Yehi. Ake. Foden. Foden, gently done. Alexander-Arnold. Bellingham. Eder Militao. Vinicius Junior. Valverde, aim forwards. Yehi clears it away. It's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Foden. And he's heaved it away. Rudiger has got himself a free kick. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. And it's Diaz. Bellingham plays it in. Ruben Diaz. Oh, can he get onto this? Rudiger gets over and intercepts. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Oh, delicate chip through. Well, he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Doku. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Moved on forwards. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Valverde. And here's Bellingham. Bellingham is fouled. Well, that looks like a final warning. Still no card.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal then.
Shapes to shoot! Danger averted for now. Some good work on the right flank here. Hit into the middle. Too much on that, it's gone out. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. And it's played forward. Guardiola. Vinicius Junior. That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Tchouaméni forwards and with intent. Bellingham played with finesse. Donnarumma gets it away. Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't pick out that killer ball.
Brahim Diaz. Well timed, excellent interception. Oh, that is asking for trouble. It's out for a goal kick. Foden has created one goal already. Truthfully, it was hard to see any better outcome there. Valverde. Bellingham is onto it in a flash. Great defending, strong and determined. Rudiger. Here's Mbappe, and it's Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. That's a corner kick. Ruben Diaz attempts a clearance. Foden. 5 minutes till the break. It's an exciting looking ball, that. Vinicius Junior. Alexander-Arnold. Delivers with whip. Well read. All danger is averted. So what can they make of this? Ake. Gehi. Rodri. Ruben Diaz. That's really well manoeuvred. That has been cut short. Valverde. And it's played forward. This interception, his positioning was spot on. Kovacic. Doku. Decent progress down the left. Calmly anticipates. Brahim Diaz. Eder Militao. Forwards and with intent. Donnarumma sends that a long way. Eder Militao. And it's Diaz. Belling. Succumbs to the pressure. And that's put paid to a promising move. Alexander-Arnold. Bellingham.
Bellingham usually is so good from that range. He didn't quite connect as he can though.
Foden. Ake. Oh, he's caught him there. It's a free kick. Gehi. Guardiol. Kovacic. Over to the left. Doku. Bernardo Silva. That's a fabulous ball. That is very well defended. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Mbappe is flagged offside. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. Guardiol. Tchouaméni with the foul. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is. It's hoisted clear. And that's a throw. And it's Ake. Foden providing an outlet on that chance! Brahim Diaz. Moved on forwards. Oh, can he get onto this? Ake. Ruben Diaz, aim forwards. Doku. Kovacic. And here's Haaland. Oh, it's a great ball here. Bernardo Silva, played out to the left flank. That's good play. Can he deliver? And here's Bernardo Silva. Can he finish? Fair attempt, just the wrong outcome.
Bernardo Silva certainly knows that he's missed a real chance there, but he can't dwell on that. He needs to pick himself up and move on.
Eder Militao. We are into overtime. Foden. Bernardo Silva. And it's Bernardo Silva. Here's Foden. Oh, such a clever touch. Whistle's gone, that's foul. Defending of the desperate variety. And here's Bernardo Silva. Here's Foden. Good take, and is he in? Tchouaméni shifted upfield. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Now it's Doku. Oh, this is a great position. Valverde. Oh, this looks sharp. Mbappe chasing after it. Ake. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Eder Militao, gently done. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. That is lovely. Out to the right. Alexander-Arnold, and that's aimed into the middle. And there is the half-time whistle. Nothing to separate the two teams at half-time. They've both given it a really good go, and they head into the break all square. Well, it's been intriguing stuff so far, and it's 1-1 at the break. Both teams hoping for a pick-me-up in the second half. Here's the whistle then to start the second half. Changes made by neither side from what we understand. Brahim Diaz. Vinicius Junior. Ruben Diaz cuts it out. Ake. Kovacic. Gehi. Rodri. Oh, nicely intercepted. Alexander-Arnold. Now it's Haaland. Eder Militao. Tchouaméni. And it's Bellingham. Mbappe. Lobbed in behind. And that has been cleared. A slightly better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
That's a throw. Doku. Bernardo Silva. Doku does really well to win the ball there. Guardiol. Tchouaméni. Alexander-Arnold. And it's Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And he's Vinicius Junior!
Vinicius Junior made it all look so simple there before he invited his own complications.
Rodri. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. That's really well manoeuvred. Thinks one through. Good ball over the... And the shot! Ditch defending, but that'll do. Brahim Diaz. Valverde applies the finish. Kovacic gets rid without sophistication. The ball's come loose here. Went with his head, but couldn't steer it in. Keeper's dealt with that. Tries a shot! Haaland. Doku. Chance here to counter. It's a good run down the left-hand side. Now it's Doku. Bernardo Silva. Showing good feet. And it's Kovacic. pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Valverde did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Alexander-Arnold. That's very neat. Brahim Diaz. Very nicely done. Valverde. Chouameni. Valverde. That's a throw. Ruben Diaz getting this one clear. Haaland. Bernardo Silva. Oh, perfectly measured that. Doku. Haaland. Foden. Ake. Oh, that's nice. Foden. Foden plays it in. So who's he picking out? In again. What a corner. And it's Kovacic. Doku. Nice touch. Cleared away. Shot, surely! Oh, denied! Brilliantly!
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Foden plays it short. Doku has a look up. It's Kovacic!
The keeper was likely to need his best there, and he found it.
Valverde. Rudiger forwards and with intent. That is a little undercooked. Kovacic. Rodri. Ake. Foden. And it's played forward. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Eder Militao shifted upfield. Vardiol. Doku. Vardiol. Brahim Diaz has been caught there, it's a foul. The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket, it's just a stern lecture. Doku. Doku. That looks a cracking ball. Here's Haaland! Denied by an instinctive save.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Foden goes short. Ake with the cross. Chouameni. Rudiger. Driven forward. And he cuts out the supply. Guardiola. Kovacic. Gehi. Rodri. Ake. Guardiola. Doku. Guardiola. Doku. Doku goes on a charge down the left. To cut it out. Chouameni. And now the breakaway. Oh, no question, that's a foul. Gehi. Vinicius Junior. Brahim Diaz. Eder Militao. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Valverde aim forwards. Ruben Diaz. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. Vinicius Junior. Eder Militao. Moved on forwards. Now that's well seen too. Oh, super find. Brahim Diaz tries to get it clear. Doku. Kovacic. Guardiola looking to get on the end of this. He's got away. Alexander-Arnold did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Oh, easy pickings there. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Now it's Haaland. Bernardo's chance for a shot!
Bernardo Silva just can't be faulted for taking on the opportunity. That sort of distance is usually up his street.
Rudiger. Rudiger, gently done. And here's Mbappe. Over to the left. Goes for a shot! He really is being given no time to think on the ball now.
Yeah, better communication and lots of contact seems to be the route to quietening him down now.
And here's Mbappe. He's through, now is he in? Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest.
Mbappe simply can't escape his critics. He deserves an earful after that.
Mbappe wins the duel this time. Brahim Diaz. Looking for a decent ball in. Alexander-Arnold plays it in. Nice interception, well timed. And it's Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Oh, cracking ball. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Rodri, aim forwards. Rudiger. Valverde. Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. That's going to go a long way. And here's Bellingham. Bellingham, oh, good spread. Alexander-Arnold with the delivery. That is good defending. It's been repelled. It's really well cleared. Tchouaméni. Alexander-Arnold. Tchouaméni. And it's played forward. Mbappe. Spread out to the left. He's clearly asking too much with that. Ruben Diaz. It's an exciting looking ball, that. Haaland. Foden. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Out to the left it goes. And it's Bellingham. Now it's Foden. And here's Haaland. Bernardo Silva. Oh, the ball's come loose here. Brahim Diaz. Foden. Oh, red, nice interception. Bellingham. Guardiola tries to clear. Brahim Diaz. Bernardo Silva. Doku. 60 minutes played. Guardiola forwards and with intent. Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold shifted upfield. And it's Bellingham. Tries a deft little ball. Rodri gets across to intercept that. That's really well manoeuvred. Kovacic shifted upfield. Oh, that's a foul. Free kick's been given. Rudiger gets his final warning.
Well, he knew what he was taking on there, Peter, and special delivery from the ref.
Haaland! Worth a try. Shame about the outcome.
Well, you've got to admire the confidence and the agility. Wasn't too far off either.
clears it away. Bernardo Silva flings it across. Tchouaméni, Eder Militao, aim forwards. Brahim Diaz. And it's played forward. Gehi attempts a clearance. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Over to the left. Doku. Oh, great Haaland! Well, that wasn't too dissimilar to the previous attempt.
They're just unrelenting, Peter. Wave after wave of attacks. Now it's just a matter of making at least one of them count.
With the short one. Ake. Doku. Tchouaméni did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Proves too strong. And it's Bernardo Silva. Interception, his positioning was spot on. Bernardo Silva is offering some sort of an apology there.
He made it look a bit predictable.
And he's managed to get free. The movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Foden. It's a good run down the right. Foden, gently done. Bernardo Silva, spread out to the left. Played into space. Doku. And that's a lovely exchange. Doku! He hits the net. Into the lead once more. The lightness of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
Yeah, that's what the game is all about. Excitement and entertainment. What a lovely moment.
So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here? It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Rudiger, he's gone direct here. Gehi, and the keeper's got it again. Keeper's got good distance on that. Calmly anticipates. Brahim Diaz. Vinicius Junior. Done delicately. And that has been cleared. And the keeper beats it away. It's Valverde. Into the channel.
That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away and eventually you might just get that little break.
This is a really front-footed approach.
You know, the interest value in this game might just take off from here.
Doku. Bernardo Silva. Good play on the left-hand side here. He's shifting through the gears here. Moved on forwards. Now looking to orchestrate a counter. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Oh, perfectly measured that. Now it's Mbappe. Brahim Diaz. Cross goes in there. Yehi attempts a clearance. It's run loose here. Valverde. And here's Bellingham. Brahim Diaz tries to thread one through. There's the shot! Oh, he's really drilled it.
Well, that would have asked some awkward questions of the keeper had it stayed on target.
Foden. Rodri. Kovacic. Ruben Diaz. Forwards and with intent. Mbappe. Caresses it through. Now it's a decent chance! And he has kept it out somehow.
Mbappe actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
They've played it short. Oh, sweet feet. The cross comes in. That's been repelled. That's Valverde. Back in once more. And here's Valverde. Oh, shooting chance! Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
I can't quite believe he's missed that, Peter.
Yehi. Ruben Diaz, gently done. Vardio. And the assistant referee has his flag raised for offside. Rodri. And it's played forward. And he's just misjudged that one.
Once he made the save, it didn't take the keeper long to start barking at his defence.
Foden. Bernardo Silva looking to run onto it. Bernardo Silva. Lovely feet. Plenty waiting in the middle. Here's Bernardo Silva. A header! Well, that is clearly not the outcome he wanted.
Yeah, some good movement inside the box. No shortage of targets here.
Tchouaméni. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Tchouaméni, aim forwards. Well timed, excellent interception. Vardiol. Foden. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Tchouaméni. That's really well manoeuvred. Ruben Diaz cuts out the pass. Doku. Doku. Oh, that's neat. He's been bundled over. That is a foul. He knew what was coming. That's a yellow card.
Well, not the best way to deal with it, but the old threat of pace clearly made him feel a tad uncomfortable.
Rudiger can get it clear. Chance! It's off target and by quite a way.
He just didn't catch that one right, and he knows it.
Tchouaméni. Vinicius Junior. Moved on forwards. Succumbs to the pressure. Doku shifted upfield. Brilliantly cut out. Slightly undercooked that one.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Valverde. Rudiger, aim forwards. That has been cut short. Vinicius Junior. And here's Bellingham.
Bellingham really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Mbappe. Kovacic. Gehi, gently done. That was just lacking in accuracy. That's a good run he's making there. Great defending, strong and determined. Brahim Diaz trying to keep this in. And it's Bellingham. Play for a throw. Traoré. And it's hoisted clear. Well, they could break here. And it's been played through. Haaland! And he's lost his man here. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Now it's Mbappe. Ruben Dias gets over and intercepts. Guardiola. Gehi. Ake. Doku looks to get on the end of this. And it's Bernardo Silva. And he's picked out the run. Haaland! And he's there to get it away. Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. And here's Doku. Looking here to chip it through. And he thumps it clear. And here's Ake. Mbappe. And they can counter here. The score approach does pay off here. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Oh, it's come loose. What a throw in. Haaland. Moved on forwards. He has found a way through. And it's Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Guardiola makes the interception.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Rudiger. Eder Militao. Alexander-Arnold. Into the last quarter of an hour. Valverde. Bellingham. Bellingham! And that could have brought them level.
Bellingham, well, I think that look says it all, Peter. Brilliant save from the keeper. He read the situation superbly.
And it's played forward. And here's Mbappe. Lovely bit of skill. And here's Vinicius Junior. And it's Diaz. Out towards the flank. Brahim Diaz. And here's Valverde. Foden forwards and with intent. And here's the chance to counter. A heavy challenge. And here's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Haaland is onto it in a flash. Kovacic. Kovacic played out to the left flank. That has found him in acres of space. Very nicely done. So who's he picking out? Doku.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Played down the flank. Brahim Diaz. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Crossed into the box.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Yehi. Bernardo Silva. Now it's Haaland. Haaland spread out to the left. Now it's Doku. He is through here. Deflected behind for a corner kick. Cleared away.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Vardio. Kovacic. He's in real chance! Well, the finish certainly didn't match the build-up.
That's really well played. It's just the type of run you need. Off the shoulder of the last defender, stay onside.
Here's Bernardo Silva. Yehi. Goes for goal! Nicely intercepted. Ake. And here's Bernardo Silva. That's really well manoeuvred. That was very necessary. Okay. Moved on forwards. And that has been cleared.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Mbappe looks to get on the end of this. And he's Bellingham! Could come back to haunt them.
Such a good opportunity, Peter. I hope he doesn't end up regretting that miss.
Rodri. Kovacic. Kovacic forwards and with intent. Valverde. And here's Mbappe. He's on it, can he get away? And here's Bellingham. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. There's obvious upset over that challenge. You can see the players face to face. Let's hope this doesn't escalate.
Look, Peter, what they need now are cool heads and discipline, and instead it looks like they've got a liability in their side.
And he's following up! Cleared without complication. Eder Militao. He came in hard, very hard. Now then, the ball's come loose. Eder Militao, that's a delicate pass. He's had a shot!
Subtlety has gone out of the window. They have to force it any way they can now, Peter.
Ake. Gehi shifted upfield. Now it's Brahim Diaz. Gehi attempts a clearance. Now here's the delivery. That has been knocked clear, and it's Belling.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Takes a shot! Great build-up. It all deserved a better ending.
Yeah, the ball in there was simply superb. He won't be too happy that he's gone to waste like that.
Chouameni. And it's played forward. Rodri makes the interception.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Haaland, Foden. That is lovely. Oh, it's played into the area.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Oh, he's found support out wide, and he's picked it up out wide. Cross in. Eder Militao gets it away. Doku crossed in once more. And that was very necessary.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Vinicius Junior, and here's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior, out to the left it goes. Hoisted in.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Ruben Diaz. Aim forwards. That's the throw. Kovacic does really well to win the ball there.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Now it's Bernardo Silva. And the finish! Guardiol. Oh, nice touch. Here's Doku. Bernardo Silva. Into the last 5 minutes. I think we're just about done here. Oh, that's well done, really robust.
This usually is the time teams go into conservation mode.
Vinicius Junior, and he shoots! It's in! They
Well, Peter, they should just never have lost the ball from there, but you have to give credit and fairness to the front-footed pressing too. Made things quite uncomfortable for them.
Some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change.
Well, for me, this was the obvious substitution. He'd become just a little jaded, and as a result of that, he was most likely to make a mistake. I think sometimes when the body becomes tired, the brain goes with it, and I think that's happened in this case.
So all square with almost no time remaining. Eder Militao getting this one clear. Yehi. Nico Gonzalez. And here's Doku. Vardiol chips it through. That has been knocked clear. And it's been taken short. And here's Foden. Chance for a cross, maybe now or never. And that's a good ball.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Eder Militao, Chouameni, Gonzalez, gently done. Now it's Bernardo Silva. The ball is loose and the chase is on.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
That's good play. Now who's going to be first to this? And it's Gonzalez.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Could be danger, and a chance! He'll try to keep this alive. Needs a quality cross. And here's Vinicius Junior. Shot a goal! Cleared away. So time is nearly up. One final twist, perhaps.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
Bernardo Silva. And here's Doku. Nice control. Gonzalez wins the duel this time. Foden ploughing through the middle. Goes for the header! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Bernardo Silva is offering a wry smile there.
Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. Moved on forwards. It's just beyond his reach. Nico Gonzalez. Vardiol. Doku. Nico Gonzalez. This looks promising. Alexander-Arnold with the challenge, and he has given away a free kick. clears it away. And it's Lewis. Rodri. It really is now or never. They need a goal, however it... Haaland! There was plenty of power on that.
They're making life really hard for themselves. The ball needs to be in the mixer, not there.
And it's played forward. Gehi getting this one clear. Do have a chance to counter here. Gonzalez. Bernardo Silva. And that has been clubbed away. Nice physical challenge. Eder Militao. There will be 4 extra minutes. Valverde. Rudiger, aim forwards. Could move up a gear here. Goes down, but nothing given. Vinicius Junior. They are right into last chance territory. Bernardo Silva. That looks a cracking ball. So what can they make of this? Doku! That's a half-decent try.
Yeah, he may have snatched at that a bit, even though it was quite close.
It's Alexander-Arnold. And he cuts out the supply. Donnarumma, long ball by the goalkeeper. Bernardo Silva have it back and can go again. And it's gone back to the keeper. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. Bellingham played out towards the right wing. Gonzalez, forwards and with intent, do have a chance to counter here. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Vinicius Junior is there, and he can get that clear. Whistle's gone, and they've got themselves a free kick. This could spell real trouble. We know he has already been booked.
Well, I think the alternative was to stand there and do nothing while he tried to score, and obviously he's not going to allow that, Peter, is he?
There could be trouble here, but for now the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket.
Well, he's asking for trouble, Peter, and with this urge to nibble away, I think the ref is spelling it out for him now. Absolutely terrific reflexes, goalkeeping at its very best.
Forward it goes. Well, that's well seen too. Ruben Dias. Donnarumma sends that a long way. Alexander-Arnold. Chouameni. Rudiger. Pinged towards the front line. Gehi with the clearance. Well timed, excellent interception. Eder Militao. Bernardo Silva. Oh, well measured. Lovely, now then. Haaland! What about that? Late in the day, this could well be it!
Yeah, a fantastic run and a fantastic pass to play him in. Both needed to be timed to perfection, and they were.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for.
Look, he's the one everyone expects to put the ball in the net. That's what he's paid to do.
Alexander-Arnold. It's a mighty effort! Oh, taken with style! We thought it was over! It's all square once more! It was a great header. The invitation was irresistible and the finish unearned.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think the boss won't be amused.
All square again into the dying minutes. And time is up. What a game, a contest of ferocity and marvellous talent from start to finish. So what do you take for playing in games of this nature? Who could make the difference?
Well, with this guy, Peter, Antonio Rudiger, you've got to think they'll be playing a high line. His athleticism and pace in recovery are both going to be critical. But I just feel he understands the art of defending better than most. No surprise, given his footballing education, of course.
Well, quite no argument from me on that one. Rodri gets it clear. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that. Vinicius Junior. That is lovely. Brahim Diaz. Haaland. And the counter is on. Foden. He is through here. Bernardo Silva in acres of space out wide. Ah, such a clever touch. Across it goes.
Well, he had to bide his time a bit there, Peter. Needed more targets to aim at in the box.
Doku. Guardiol. Back in once more. Vinicius Junior. Played out to the right. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Expertly cut out, really nicely done.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Guardiol. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Gehi shifted upfield. Kovacic. Moved on forwards. Bellingham. Brilliantly cut out. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Well read, nice interception. And he welcomes it in. Can he spark a counter here? Foden. Haaland. Well, he's fouled him there.
Well, I think the alternative was to stand there and do nothing while he tried to score, and obviously he's not going to allow that, Peter, is he?
Well, the ref's being lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. This looks promising. Chance, surely! An early chance there, first of the game.
Well, I think the defence deserves credit for the way they were quick to close him down.
Rudiger. And it's played forward. Bellingham is onto it in a flash. Oh, he'd have done well to reach that. Foden. Ake. Foden. Ruben Dias. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Oh, this is a great... Oh, shooting chance! Now, looking to orchestrate a counter. Bernardo Silva. Aim forwards. Short changes him with that pass. Ake. Foden. Rodri. Foden. It's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Valverde. And here's Mbappe. Delivery from Mbappe. Chouameni caresses it through. Can he latch on to this? Interception, his positioning was spot on. Kovacic, played towards the front line. Rudiger. That's really well manoeuvred. Haaland. Doku.
Alexander-Arnold, yeah, they showed a vulnerability until the move was stifled. That'll have stirred a little concern.
Yehi. Rodri. Foden has a look up from the right-hand side, seeking out options. Here it is, crossed in. Punched away.
Have beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been...
He's had a shot! Oh, denied! Brilliantly!
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Haaland. And here's Doku. He's is in a great position. And a chance!
Oh, and they really should have been made to pay.
We're talking about creating a problem for yourself. Okay, credit to good pressing, but that was entirely avoidable.
Brahim Diaz. Valverde. Valverde shifted upfield. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Yehi. Kovacic. Rodri. Yehi. Vinicius Junior. Oh, a delicate chip through. No, he's just misjudged that one. Eder Militao. Tchouaméni forwards and with intent. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Valverde. And they've got rid. And reclaimed it in a trice. Doku. Ruben Diaz. Yehi. Rodri. Aim forwards. Calmly anticipates. Rudiger. Valverde. Rudiger. It's a quick ball upfield. He can run onto that. He's got Vinicius Junior! That was nicely by the defence. That was very necessary. Oh, that's a nice ball. Brahim Diaz looking to get on the end of this. Not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
Ah, he made it look a bit predictable.
He is just caressing the ball. So who's he picking out? And that has been clubbed away. And here's Mbappe, and it's Diaz. Alexander-Arnold with the delivery. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. It's been a pretty frantic start, a lot of front foot pressing. Nicely done. Looking for a decent ball in. He's there to get rid. Foden, gently done. Ake. Yehi goes forward. Oh, nicely intercepted. Rudiger.
Really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
Yehi. Moved on forwards. That pass pass has been well intercepted. Foden. Oh, what a pop! And the finish! And he has kept it out somehow.
Haaland clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
Now it's Doku. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. And it's played forward. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. And he's on a charge. Mbappe. Rudiger. He's through here. Haaland! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
Rudiger getting this one clear. Foden is onto this. Guardiola, backward it goes. And it's Kovacic. Rodri. And here's Haaland. Haaland closing in on goal.
Haaland really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Clearly not happy with that. Moved on forwards. And here's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. And here's Bellingham. Brahim Diaz! That was superb goalkeeping.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
They've played it short. That's a cute ball. Cleared away. That'll be a throw-in. Chance to play it in. And here's Bellingham. And it's Valverde. Chance here to counter. Played into space out wide. Now it's Kovacic. And he thumps it clear. And that's a throw-in. Nice touch. Valverde. Gehi is there, and he can get that clear. And now the breakaway. Strong running down that left flank. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Kovacic. Doku takes a look up. And here's Haaland. Haaland! He has given that the lot. Bang!
Well, Peter, it would have taken something incredible for the keeper to keep that one out. It was absolutely spanked.
Of the game.
It's so often the case with goal scorers, little influence, and all of a sudden, bang.
Valverde forwards and with intent. Mbappe, oh, good spread. It'll be a throw-in. Vinicius Junior. Nice control. And here's Brahim Diaz. And here's Ben. Shot a goal! There to clear it. It's going out for a throw-in. He's got away. Brahim Diaz. Chance for a shot! And the ball's come loose here. And he's heaved it away. For a throw. Rudiger. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. And it's Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. And it's been taken short. Mbappe. Chooses to go back. Takes a shot! Oh, they could break here. Yehi. Rodri. Yehi. Kovacic aim forwards. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Bernardo Silva. Haaland. That's surely a foul. Free kick. Foden. Rodri, delicately. Oh, he's managed to get himself offside. He's got good distance on that. Donnarumma, long ball by the goalkeeper. Could be danger here. Bernardo Silva tries to dink it through, and he's managed to get free. Foden laid out to the left flank. Doku. Guardiol. Valverde gets good distance on it. Ooh, can he get onto this? Alexander-Arnold makes the interception. Valverde gently done. Vinicius Junior. Guardiol getting this one clear. Kovacic. Gehi shifted upfield. Succumbs to the pressure. Chouameni. And it's Bellingham. Tries a deft little ball. Throwing. Bellingham. There are a few waiting for it.
There's a no-nonsense tackle.
Foden. That is a great kick out. He has found the way through. Doku! And here's Mbappe. He's away. Oh, that is asking for trouble. It's anyone's ball now. And that is going out for a goal kick. Rodri. Guardiol. Kovacic. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Brahim Diaz. And here's Mbappe! Alexander-Arnold. That's a throw. Vinicius Junior. And it's Valverde. Guardiol clears it away, gets it away. Valverde. Chouameni. Valverde. Spread out to the left, played back in. Rodri forwards and with intent, looking to break at pace. Doku probing pass, and he has slightly undercooked that one.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Bellingham. Great defending, strong and determined. And here's Mbappe! He has done it! They have come roaring back! No space, no problem. You just cannot stop him.
Mbappe demonstrated great strength there. I mean, he really had to hold his man off and just create enough room for him to be able to get the shot away. And I think it's just top play.
A whole new complexion to the game.
Well, I think the players will be buoyed by the fact that they've managed to level things in a hurry. Tails most definitely up now.
Haaland, now he's off and running. Rudiger cuts out the pass. Vinicius Junior. That's really well manoeuvred. Now that's well seen too. And it's Bernardo Silva. Foden. Still very early doors, but it is a closely contested affair. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Rudiger. Aim forwards. Vardiol. Rodri. Gehi. Forward it goes. Haaland. And the volley. Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Valverde. Bellingham. Rodri wins the duel this time. Rodri gently done.
Rudiger, well, that tackle was immense, and so was the relief. The great escape.
Bellingham. Mbappe. And into the grateful arms of the keeper. Alexander-Arnold. Bellingham. Chouameni. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. Shoots! And for a moment, time stood still.
Well, let that be a lesson for them. If they don't stay focused all the time, they're going to be made to pay.
Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Moved on forwards. Gehi. And it's played forward. And that is a little undercooked. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Ake attempts a clearance. What a throw in. And it's Diaz. Foden tries to clear. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Brahim Diaz. And here's Bellingham. And he has been fouled there. And here's Vinicius Junior. Haaland. And it's Bernardo Silva. Foden. Ake. Lovely feet. Ake proves just a little bit too strong. That's good play. Bernardo Silva. Here's Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Foden. Ake. Oh, that's nice. Foden. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. Donnarumma sends that a long way. Mbappe! He's had a shot! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Mbappe is offering a right smile there.
It's really well cleared. It's a promising run he's making on the right. Does really well to win the ball there. That's a foul, no two ways about it. And he's going to have his name taken.
Doku really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Oh, sweet feet. And here's Bellingham. Valverde. That's very neat. Played in deep. Rodri. Kovacic. Up towards the front line. And the pass is intercepted. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Bellingham. Tchouaméni. Valverde. 30 minutes gone. Tchouaméni. Bernardo Silva. Guardiola. Gehi. Ake. Rodri forwards and with intent. Rudiger. Bellingham. Alexander-Arnold. Eder Militao. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Bernardo Silva. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Rudiger. Rudiger shifted upfield. Now it's Mbappe. Out to the left it goes. That's tidy. Bellingham. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Eder Militao. And here's Bellingham. Over to the left. Back into the middle. That's good defending, very good defending. He can get that clear. And it's Valverde. And here's Bellingham. And it's hoisted clear. So what can they make of this? Guardiola. Quality ball. It's an exciting looking ball, that. Valverde does really well to win the ball there. Bellingham. Valverde. And it's lofted through here. Well, the less said about that pass, the better. I think that's offside. Yes, it is. Nice physical challenge. Vinicius Junior, aim forwards. And that has been cleared. He's offering some sort of an apology there.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
That's been drilled forward. Guardiola. Brahim Diaz, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Valverde, gently done. Out to the right. Showing good feet. Now it's Brahim Diaz. Cross goes in, real chance! Moved on forwards. Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Chouameni. Alexander-Arnold played up towards the front line. And it's Diaz. Oh, that's neat. And they can counter here. Haaland. Foden. Ake. Bernardo Silva. Ake. Bernardo Silva. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva. Haaland. Oh, cracking ball. Proves too strong. Mbappe. Valverde. Rudiger. And it's played forward. Vinicius Junior looks to get on the end of this. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. Ruben Diaz, gently done. Kovacic. Haaland. And here's Haaland. Rodri. And it's Kovacic. Guardiola. And here's Doku. Kovacic. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Eder Militao, forwards and with intent. Rodri did well to step in there, that was more than necessary. And he's on his way! Vinicius Junior. Bellingham played out towards the right wing. Doku, he's set up one goal so far. Doku, lovely bit of skill. Doku tries a cross. Valverde, that's really well manoeuvred. Valverde shifted upfield. Ruben Dias. Bernardo Silva. Ake. Foden. It's a great gallop down the right-hand side. Rudiger. Valverde. Aim forwards. Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. Rodri. Ake. Ake, gently done. Vinicius Junior. And that is as far as they're going to go. Ake. Yehi. Eder Militao gets over and intercepts. Ruben Dias. Kovacic. Foden. In the end, they found themselves penned in, nowhere to go. Moved on forwards. Bernardo Silva. And it's Bernardo Silva. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Good play on the left-hand side here. Delivered with swing. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Muscular approach does pay off here. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Guardiola, aim forwards. Great defending, strong and determined. He's shifting through the gears here. Mbappe. Ruben Dias did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Now it's Kovacic.
Well, I thought they got off lightly there. The odds were stacked against them.
He could be in here. picks it up out wide. The ball is loose and the chase is on. They get a throw in. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior's cross. Danger averted for now. Eder Militao. Bellingham. And here's Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And the shot! Okay. Foden. Now, what's he got in mind? And here's Haaland. Haaland. Oh, good spread. It's a mighty effort! Decent attempt, but not quite good enough.
I can't quite believe he's missed that, Peter.
Rodri. Doku. That's really well manoeuvred. He's found the way through. Tries to get it clear. Okay. Rudiger. Chouameni. And it's played forward. Bellingham. Bellingham has got himself a free kick.
Absolutely terrific reflexes, goalkeeping at its very best.
Foden. Guehi shifted upfield. Bellingham. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Do have a chance to counter here. Oh, it's taken out. That'll be a foul. And that's going to be a booking. Haaland. Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva played out to the left flank. Kovacic. That's very neat. Lovely ball and a real chance now. Doku. Vardiol. Bernardo Silva. Played out to the right. Ake with the cross. Cleared without complication. Guardiola. Kovacic. 2 minutes to be added on. Rudiger gets it away. And it's Rodri. Bernardo Silva. It's run loose here. And here's Haaland! Oh, they could be caught out here. And here's Kovacic. Shapes to shoot! Rodri attempts a clearance. Oh, that's neat. The ball goes in. Oh, the clearance is short. Foden. Out to the right. Bernardo Silva. Valverde wins the duel this time. Eder Militao, forwards and with intent. Alexander-Arnold. And here's Brahim Diaz. Nice physical challenge. Haaland. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Looking here to chip it through. That is a brilliant interception. Rodri, we're into the second 45. No changes at the interval from either side. Vinicius Junior. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Foden. And here's Ake. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. The defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. And he cuts out the supply. Rodri. And the ball is out of play. Valverde. Rudiger shifted upfield. Gehi gets across to intercept that. Ake. Kovacic. Guardiola. And it's played forward. Alexander-Arnold. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Gehi gets rid without sophistication. Kovacic. Aim forwards. Doku. Bernardo. Big chance! Keeper's not concerned by that.
I think that's just more proof that this team is very comfortable playing on the break. They're really swift.
Alexander-Arnold. Looks to the other side. He came in hard, very hard. Some excellent tackling here, and that one a perfect example. That's really well manoeuvred. Out to the left it goes. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva, it's a delicate pass. Deftly away. And it's Bellingham. Bellingham does really well to win the ball there. This might goes for a shot! It's a clearance, but not much of one. Brahim Diaz. Well read, and the danger is averted. It's a throw. Chouameni. Oh, it's come loose. Bellingham. Played out to the right. Brahim Diaz. Now it's Haaland. He's through here. Foden. Chance! And that would have been some goal.
Well, it came to nothing in the end, but it certainly got the crowd going.
Foden moves short. Guardiol. Doku. Foden. Kovacic. Played out wide. Guardiol. Oh, smashing header! Couldn't quite control it.
That's good play. Plenty of targets in the penalty area and plenty of movement too.
Chouameni. Eder Militao, gently done. Yeah, he's pulled him up for that challenge. Well, the referee has made it pretty clear now that this is his last chance.
Well, I think the referee would have told him to rein it in or suffer the consequences.
Mbappe. Crossed into the... Header comes in! Marvellous goal!
Dependability is one thing, and he brings that to his game, but that sort of dynamism is another attribute he's blessed with, and it's revealed on a regular basis too. Superb.
He watched it all the way, and the finish was unerring.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think
Now how will things develop from here?
Yeah, I always felt this was coming. There was a clear increase in both intensity and tempo. Now all they need is to try and maintain it.
Doku. Moved on forwards. Eder Militao is there, and he can get that clear. Brahim Diaz. And here's the chance to counter. Receives it in a good position here. Mbappe providing an outlet on that flank. Mbappe! And he's there to get it away. And it's Alexander-Arnold. And he decides to cross it. And he's there to clear it. Guardiola. Doku. Yehi. Bernardo Silva. Yehi. Oh, can he get onto this? Well timed, excellent interception. Valverde. Eder Militao. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's played forward. Guardiola. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva, spread out to the left. Foden. Some good work on the right flank here. Rodri, oh, good spread. And here's Foden. Foden. And the shot! He's done very well to get to that.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
Valverde. Rudiger. Eder Militao. And it's Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. And here's Bellingham. Mbappe has a shot! A real chance and a real let-off.
Mbappe clearly can't believe he didn't put that away. He'd set himself up perfectly.
Rodri. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. That has been cut short. That is a jarring tackle, but apparently nothing wrong with it. And here's Mbappe. Bellingham. Bellingham! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
Bellingham actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
Tchouaméni with the short one. That's tidy. Tchouaméni. Defending of the desperate variety. Oh, easy pickings there. Haaland. Now, what about a counter-attack? Now it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Haaland. Now it's Haaland. Rodri. And here's Ake. Bernardo Silva, played out towards the right wing. Foden. And here's Kovacic. And here's Bernardo Silva. Showing good feet. Now then, the ball's come loose. The movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time.
Well, for me, Peter, I think it's all too pedestrian and slow. They need a large injection of purpose now.
Played into the middle, and that has been cleared. Turns a great chance! Could move up a gear here. Out to the left it goes. Now it's Doku. That is very well defended. Oh, he's found support out wide. That'll be a throw. And here's Doku. Guardiola, now here's the delivery. Clears it away. There will be a throw-in. Now it's Foden. Hit into the middle. Haaland under intense pressure.
Yeah, they're certainly getting much tighter to him now. At least the message was received.
Ake. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Played out to the right. And here's Ake. So can they find a way to turn around this deficit?
Bernardo Silva really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
He is decent chance! No mistake! Two to the good, and they are purring, absolutely purring. And that really is so impressive. So the lead now is 2.
Well, it's been an absolutely fabulous spell for them, and they're starting to look unstoppable. There could be more on the way.
Well, that looks a foul. Yep, referee's given it. Gets it away. He's in here! No way through, so back it comes. Fired deep towards... and he shoots! Oh, that probably deserved better.
You really could have done with engaging those crosses much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending. Alexander-Arnold. Brahim Diaz shifted upfield. Vinicius Junior played into space. Now it's Haaland. Ruben Diaz, aim forwards. Tchouaméni, gently done. Mbappe! And it's there! And they are tearing the opposition apart here. Simply breath. Well, Peter, they should just put it up there.
So now the difference is 3.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down. But they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
Valverde. Tchouaméni forwards and with intent. Cut it out. better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't pick out that killer ball.
Great defending, strong and determined. Kovacic. Doku. Vardio. That's really well manoeuvred. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Valverde shifted upfield. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Rodri. Gehi aimed forwards. Oh, this looks sharp. Eder Militao cuts it out. Just about up to the hour now. Chouameni. Valverde, gently done. Ruben Dias. Vardio. And here's Doku. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. And here's the chance to counter. Now it's Mbappe. Gehi gets over and intercepts. Mbappe. Now it's Bellingham. Brahim Diaz. Gets his head on it! Oh, that is asking for trouble. Alexander-Arnold. And it's pulled back. Can he spark a counter here? Ake. Rodri. Rudiger. Eder Militao. And it's Diaz. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Lovely feet. Oh, it's played into the area. That's going to go a long way. Bellingham. It's really well cleared. And they've got rid. Kovacic. Oh, lovely feet, he is such a good mover. Over to the left. Oh, such a clever touch. Chance to shoot! Alexander-Arnold. Playing cross-field, changing the point of attack. Gehi driven forward. Alexander-Arnold. Rudiger. Bellingham is onto it in a flash. Brahim Diaz. Oh, that's nice. Chance here to counter. Kovacic. And here's Haaland. Haaland looking for a runner. And he thumps it clear. Ball's gone out of play. Very nicely done. Plenty waiting in the middle. Ake. Bullish header! No, he didn't quite meet it right. He steps in, and that's the end of that. Kovacic played out to the left flank. Guardiol. Kovacic. Rodri. And here's Bernardo Silva. And here's Foden. Okay. Nice touch. Time to deliver. Foden. Ake. Thinks one through. Haaland. Ake. Eder Militao. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. And it's played forward. This interception, his positioning was spot on. Donnarumma chooses to deal with it himself. Tchouaméni makes the interception. Eder Militao. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. Kovacic. And here's Haaland. He's gone for goal! Foden. Up he goes! Arrived on cue, but fluffed his line. Tchouaméni. Alexander-Arnold. Rudiger. Ake. Foden. And here's Haaland. Rudiger does really well to win the ball there. Alexander-Arnold. Valverde. Moved on forwards. It's an inviting looking ball, that. Ake. Foden. Valverde wins the duel this time. That has found him in acres of space. Now it's Mbappe. Foden. Ake. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Kovacic. That's really well manoeuvred. Valverde. Eder Militao. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. And it's Diaz. Doku producing a good steal there. So this has gone, that's foul.
And he is shown a yellow card. Sometimes a loose foul could trigger a completely different spell of play, and it makes even less sense.
Who's got the final touch there? Goal kick's been given. Thinks about the shot. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Bellingham. Played, has snuffed out the danger. Well, the runner's been sold a little bit short there.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Doku. Looking for a corner. Defending of the desperate variety. Can he finish? Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Guardiol. That's good play. Foden. Played back in. Foden. He's got away. Cleared without complication. And the shot! And that is a save of real quality. Not easy by any means.
Well, the defence are in a good position to get behind the ball and let them just try from range.
Eder Militao gets it away. Now who's going to be first to this? And it's Bernardo Silva. Goes for goal! Guardiol, and that's aimed into the middle. And he's dealt with that well. Guardiol. Doku touched the ball in. Clears it away. Bellingham. Chouameni. Rudiger forwards and with intent. Guardiol. Ruben Diaz shifted upfield. And it's played forward. On time, excellent interception. Yehi. Ake. Foden. Oh, that's really good play on the right. He's driving forward. Ake. Kovacic. And here's Bernardo Silva. Now it's Doku. Now it's Bernardo Silva. It's a loose ball. Aimed in towards, climbs up big! Here's goal! And two more needed!
It is as tenacity won the day.
So, just a consolation, or is there a way back from here? Vinicius Junior does have his name on the score sheet, of course. Foden. And it's Bernardo Silva. Nice looking ball. He's in plenty of space here. Tchouaméni, Eder Militao, he's fizzed it forward. Could be danger here. Mbappe is sporting a guilty look after that.
His teammates are really annoyed with that, you know, and they have every right to be.
Bernardo Silva. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. Tchouaméni, Bellingham. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. Brahim Diaz, delicate ball and it needs to be. Out to the right. And it's Bernardo Silva. Tchouaméni. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Nice control. That is lovely. Valverde. He is just caressing the ball. Rodri does really well to win the ball there. And the counter is on. Foden. Ooh, a delicate chip through. Foden looking to get on the end of this. There is some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change.
Well, to wait until now to make this change seems a bit baffling. He's expecting the miraculous to turn this around from here.
That's a little off target. Ake. Kovacic. Played towards the other side, calmly anticipates. Vinicius Junior. Either side really getting hold of the ball. And here's Bellingham. Rudiger. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Tchouaméni. Brahim Diaz. Alexander. Can he finish? They've done it! That is simply top draw and deliciously finished.
Oh, that's great thinking and wonderful improvisation. He had to reshape quickly to make the perfect connection.
Deal now. Kovacic. Guardiol. Can he latch on to this? Marmouche. That's not going far. Ball's over the line, and it is a corner. Foden plays it short. Ake tries a shot! He's having a shot! And that's off target. Rodri, Kovacic. We expected better, and so did he. Bellingham. Eder Militao. Alexander-Arnold, gently done. That's an excellent interception. Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Kovacic. Well, it just petered out. No penetration at all, having had a great deal of the ball. Chouameni. Brahim Diaz. Aim forwards. And that's put paid to a promising move. Marmouche. Kovacic, long ball upfield. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Brahim Diaz. Chouameni. And it's played forward. And the keeper beats it away. Rudiger. Alexander-Arnold. Chouameni. And it's Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Oh, sweet feet. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal. And it had to be. Rudiger. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. Ruben Diaz. Kovacic. Guardiol. Marmouche. Guardiol. Guardiol, gently done. And it's hoisted clear. Great work on the overlap. been won straight back. Applies the finish! Lacking in accuracy.
Well, talking about playing into your opponent's hands, that kind of thing is not going to get them back into this game.
That was very necessary. And that is out of play. Alexander-Arnold. Marmoush.
Fadio.
Marmoush. And it's Bernardo. Goes for the shot! What a hit! The seat was firm.
Well, if they hope to have any chance of turning this round, they have to abandon their shoot-on-sight policy. It's just not working.
Moved on forwards.
Valverde. Vinicius Junior.
Rudiger. Rudiger, who's gone direct here.
Ruben Dias.
Bernardo Silva. Haaland. Spread out to the left. Lovely bit of skill. Nice interception, well timed.
A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary.
Chouameni.
Valverde.
Valverde forwards and with intent. Now it's Bellingham. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Kovacic shifted upfield. And here's Bernardo Silva. Yeah, that does look a foul. Referee's given a free kick. Well, that looks like a final warning. Still no card. Eder Militao, Chouameni,
Valverde.
oh, there's a probing ball. Kovacic. And it's Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva, oh, good spread. Oh, that's neat. Bernardo Silva. Valverde wins the duel this time. Bellingham, out to the left it goes. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. That's really well manoeuvred, and he's picked out the run. Haaland, Foden. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Foden moves short. There's the shot! And with the goal at his mercy, a dreadful miss.
Oh, what a chance. He probably had more time than he realised.
Eder Militao. Eder Militao shifted upfield. Gehi gets across to intercept that. Ruben Dias can get it clear. It's run loose here. Mbappe. Bellingham! And the keeper has shown real class. He had to be at his very best.
Well, just too much pressure on him in the end, Peter.
Over to the left. He's shifting through the gears here. Oh, what a climb! Read the delivery beautifully, but got the finish all wrong. So now we're going to get those changes we have been expecting.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
Rudiger. Eder Militao. Brahim Diaz. Alexander-Arnold. Aim forwards. And it's Diaz. Out towards the flank. Guardiola is there, and he can get that clear. The changes then in quick succession.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep plugging away, but the manager has done him a big favour, I think, by taking him off. You know, he was looking very, very leggy.
Alexander-Arnold. The final 5 minutes. And here's Vinicius Junior. He's having a shot! Cleared away. Guardiola. That's a good run down the left. Ruben Dias. Haaland chasing after it. Rudiger cuts out the pass. Valverde. Chouameni. Eder Militao. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Moved on forwards. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Now it's Mbappe. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. And it's Diaz. And here's Mbappe. Proves too strong. Bernardo Silva. Haaland. Kovacic. Rodri. Lewis. Foden. Chouameni. That is Lewis. Foden. Lewis. Can he get onto this? Foden. This could be their final throw of the dice. There's going to be another change here.
Well, for me, this was the obvious substitution. He'd become just a little jaded, and as a result of that, he was most likely to make a mistake. I think sometimes when the body becomes tired, the brain goes with it, and I think that's happened in this case.
Rodri. Nice touch. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Now it's Brahim Diaz. Real chance! And that is a truly outstanding save. Defending of the desperate variety. going to be another corner. Ruben Diaz tries to clear. Vinicius Junior played out to the left flank. Well, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
Fran Garcia. Fran Garcia. Oh, that's nice. The ball is loose and the chase is on. And claimed it back swiftly. Caresses it through. Oh, he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Vinicius Junior. Fran Garcia. Lewis. Foden. Haaland looking to run onto it. And here's Haaland. Foden. And here's Foden. That has been knocked clear. Tchouaméni into a minimum of 4 minutes additional time. Mbappe! Great defending, strong and determined. Bernardo Silva. Marmoush. Vardiol. Bernardo Silva, spread out to the left. Marmoush, played into the middle. Alexander-Arnold. Crunching tackle. Little doubt, that is a foul. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is. Vinicius Junior, and that has been clubbed away. Alexander-Arnold, Eder Militao, Vinicius Junior, Bernardo Silva, Marmoush, Ruben Diaz, Vardiol. A lovely, neat pass. That has been cut short. And back to the goalkeeper. That is Diaz. And that could set him on his way. Bellingham. Bernardo Silva. Yehi. Lewis. Ruben Diaz. Vardiol. Gonzalez, gently done. Referee has just said play on. Brahim Diaz. a throw-in. Bellingham. Tchouaméni. And it's played forward. Fran Garcia. Forwards and with intent. Vinicius Junior. That's tidy. Oh, it's come loose. Yehi. Lewis. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Bellingham opts to play it back. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Oh, that is shoots! Marmoush. Lobbed in behind. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior! Contested the keeper. Bellingham. Valverde. Tchouaméni. And here's Brahim Diaz. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Whistle's gone, and they've got themselves a free kick. Pretty, but it gets the job done. And here's Brahim Diaz. He's had a shot! Oh, it's come loose.